Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
What's going on, everybody? Oh my gosh, we finally did it. We finally started the dadgum stream with the webcam on and the mic unmuted. So go ahead and throw your hands up in the air, like the stream if you're enjoying it, because for once we did not immediately fall on our face, and I'm about that. So what a week to be streaming after. I mean, I understand that we check in with this every single Tuesday, but what a what a Tuesday to be checking in on, because we just had the Keenan Allen trade go down about 5 days ago. It's going to be the big focus of this evening, because I think we've spent so much time on the QB controversy, so to speak, that the Justin Fields trade going down the way that it did, and all the conversation that has come outside of that and after that, there's going to be plenty of time to talk about quarterbacks. The quarterbacks are going to be a focus of all kinds of episodes of this show, of future shows, of cut up YouTube things. I mean, if you don't know my stance already, you'll pick it up as we go. But Jay Sanders mentioned something in the chat that I do want to pay homage to, because I think it's really important. And that's that, look, as Justin Fields heads to Pittsburgh, I really want to make sure I state plainly that the guy never put a foot wrong with the Chicago Bears as far as person goes. Justin Fields was an awesome Chicago Bear, an incredibly exciting Chicago Bear to follow through his 3 years in Navy and Orange, especially as a rookie and a second-year player. That 2022 will be a season that I don't know if I'm ever going to forget, because I've never had so much fun losing football games. That was a different football experience than I've ever had. The Cowboys game, the Miami game, etc., they all really stand out in terms of, I cannot believe some of the things that Justin Fields was able to do on that football field. And while, again, if you know me, you know that I ultimately think that the Bears are making the right decision here. I think it's a decision that landed in their lap, and it's something that it's a decision that they have to make. And moreover, I'm excited because I think the Bears have finally, for once, set up a development environment for a rookie quarterback that they've just never had in Chicago before. This is the ideal rookie quarterback development setup that most teams can't pull off, and they need their quarterback to simply come through for them the way that Herbert did when he came through in the wake of Tyrod Taylor, the way that Joe Burrow did after rebounding off of an ACL. You could say Trevor Lawrence did or didn't develop. It doesn't really make a difference in this argument. It's more to say that supplying Caleb Williams with a solid offensive line, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, a number 9 overall pick, one way or another. Maybe that's going to be on defense. Defense can help the offense, obviously. Football's a team game. Maybe it's an offensive player like Malik Neighbors. Maybe the Bears surprise us all and they take Joe Alt, or maybe they take Olu Fashanu, or maybe they take, who's the other one? JC Latham. There's a Tyler Fuaga in there. There are all kinds of options that the Bears could take at number 9, and I think all of them are actually incredibly exciting when we go top to bottom at who that player is going to be, because in effect, the Bears are going to, and this is a big if 4 quarterbacks get taken in the first round, the 5th best position player on the board is going to fall to the Chicago Bears. Is that Malik Neighbors? It could be. Is that Rome Odunze? It could be. Is that Joe Alt? It might be. Is that Dallas Turner? Or do you think it's Jared Verse? Or do you think it's Laitu Latu? Or do you think it's Byron Murphy? Or do you think it's Johnny Newton? It could be all kinds of guys. And I don't know that there is a wrong answer. I'm sure I'll land on a favorite. But unlike a lot of Bears years, instead of us having conversations where it feels like I'm sitting here in front of the camera telling you guys, I think there are a lot of ways to screw this up and 1 or 2 ways to get it right. It feels like the Bears have a lot of ways to get this thing right, one way or another, and only a select few ways where I'd be worried that they really might screw it up. It is a damn shame, and I'm sorry to, curse, but it's the only way I know how to say it. It is a damn shame that Justin had to fall on the grenade, that Justin effectively had to wear the Bears' failures for 3 years so that the Bears could put together a team that another rookie may benefit from. Because in theory, this should be Justin's team. I want to acknowledge the emotional part of any fan experience that would look at this and they would say, we didn't get DJ Moore for Caleb. We didn't get Keenan, or maybe we got Keenan Allen for Caleb, but we didn't get Darnell Wright for Caleb. We didn't get Tevin Jenkins for Caleb. We didn't sign Nate Davis for Caleb. We didn't extend Cole Kmet for Caleb. Why does he get this when Justin didn't? Yeah, really unfair. The way that Ryan Poles, and I guess before him, it was really Ryan Pace trading up for Justin on a team where the arrow was pointed decidedly down. The way they sold out this young quarterback is a damn shame. And I want to say that really loudly. But I'm incredibly excited about what the Bears' future could be. I think it is an incredibly exciting time to be a Bears fan. I think that now that the decision is made, we can take a little bit of a breath and have some clarity on what we're reviewing. Because now that we get to talk about Keenan Allen, which, by the way, excuse me, oh my gosh, like the Chicago Bears added Keenan Allen to their roster. I mean, say what you will about the fact that the Bears are getting a receiver turning 32 relatively soon. First of all, I do think he's still got something in the tank. But second of all, the Bears are adding a player that every single person in this chat that's followed football for at least 2 to 3 years has probably used on Madden before. Like, this guy is a legend in his own right. He very well, especially if he ends up making 1 to 2 more Pro Bowls over the next 3 to 4 years of his career, which, hey, that's a big if for receivers. But if he does, there's a chance that that Keenan Allen ends up a Hall of Famer at this point. And the Bears added him for the 4th round pick. Now, was it expensive? Depends on what Allen delivers. But to be honest with you, just same attitude as the Ryan Bates trade, right? So the Bears signed Coleman Shelton, and they traded for Ryan Bates, and they traded for Keenan Allen. And when you look at all those moves within the same circle, right? Like all through the same lens, to me, you see a GM that is, Jay Sanders mentioned at one point, he's just to call back to not just last week, Jay Sanders, because you've mentioned it a couple times, that starting a rookie is a huge mistake, or at least it's a big risk. Ryan Poles seems as if he is acting dramatically in the effort to supply whatever rookie quarterback he drafts. I do think it's going to be Caleb, but whatever rookie quarterback he drafts with all kinds of offensive line talent and receiving weaponry. And I don't think that's bad. I don't think over-investing in the 2024 season is bad, because I think that first dose of NFL action and getting Caleb, or whoever the rookie is, but I think it's going to be Caleb, the teachers around him and security on the offensive line that the Bears seem like they'll be able to provide him is really important. I mean, I think it's important. Again, I think the 2024 season is one of the most important Bears seasons we've seen in quite a while, because it is an opportunity to kickstart a young quarterback's development who has all the talent in the world. And now you get to do it with 31-year-old Keenan Allen, legend in the huddle, where, look, maybe this is just me, okay? But let's assume for a moment that the Bears are picking Caleb. I think if Caleb went to the New York Giants, whose best receiver right now is Wan'Dale Robinson and Jalen Hyatt, that he'd look around and he'd say, okay, guys, me and Andrew Thomas, we're going to lead us to wins. And he would immediately have to be the leader. And in so doing, he might get put in a position where he immediately feels like he is back at USC again. In Chicago, what excites me is that there's, I think, very little chance that Caleb Williams is going to enter the Bears locker room. He might be confident, might even be cocky, but it would be hard for me to imagine Caleb Williams having a bigger head than thinking he's better than Keenan Allen. Hey, maybe it's possible. Maybe Caleb or somebody goes full Ryan Leaf. I would hope the Bears didn't draft him if that was the case. But I envision this world where Caleb leans on Keenan Allen, where Keenan says, hey, if they drop into too high, I'm going to be doing this, and I need you to just hit me with the ball. And Caleb says, yeah, you got it, Keenan Allen, 6-time All-Pro, 6-time All-Pro. And by the way, if Keenan's not open, you push to your second read, DJ Moore, a guy who just caught 1,300 yards last year and is at 1,000 yards much more often than he's not, a multi-time Pro Bowler in his own right, if memory serves. So you've got 2 receivers that Caleb should be willing to play point guard with. You've got a tight end that just cracked 700 yards. You've got a running back that's good in the receiving space. You've got a secondary tight end that also broke 400 yards, which is a pretty big mark for a rookie or for a second tight end to have on your roster. My hope would be that Caleb learns in a new way in the NFL to be the point guard, the distributor, and most importantly, part of the team, instead of the whole team by himself. John, are you kidding me? DJ has no Pro Bowls? That is insane. But so, anyways, all this to say, all this to say, it is my hope that the Bears can put Caleb in a position where he is able to develop as a part of the. I'll repeat myself a little bit, but ride with me. If Caleb can develop as part of the team before he blossoms and leads the team, I think that does a better. I think that better leads his development, given his skill set, given his problems, than immediately trying to ask him to be the tip of the spear. I think that if Caleb can spend some time being, yeah, of course he's an engine, he's a quarterback, right? But if he can spend time leaning on receivers in 1-2 check down route combinations, handing the ball off a lot in outside zone, I tend to look at that and think to myself, okay, that's a great start, especially as a rookie starter. I think being able to be given less responsibility, therefore less opportunity to have things blow up in your face, is going to be the kind of thing that Caleb looks back on in the future and is thankful for. But that's just me. I mean, we'll see, right? Reading through the chat a little bit, I think Jay Sanders, the good news is there's no way they're not going to draft another receiver. It's just a matter of when. I think the latest they draft a receiver is 75. I think there's a chance that they draft one at 9, because at this point, I'm actually finding it hard to believe that the Bears are not going to have a shot at Malik Nabers. Now, that's just my read on the situation, and here's my reasoning, right? Because I know that sounds ridiculous and sounded ridiculous only a couple weeks ago, right? But so Marvin Harrison, big-bodied X receiver. Rome Odunze, big-bodied X receiver, both of them being wickedly fast. Malik Nabers, gun charge on his record, Z receiver, and if you're looking for blemishes between the three, he's the only one with demerits. And that to me is wild. I think it might be a mistake. I think that I'm not calling my shot now because I'm really not that committed to this take, but I think there's a decent chance that Malik Nabers is the most productive receiver of all three of the big three receivers. Because more often than not, X receivers don't dominate from a yardage perspective the way that yak guys and Z receivers do. So it really would not surprise me if somebody like Malik Nabers could end up being an explosive addition to a Bears roster that, holy smokes, if you really had Malik Nabers, Keenan Allen, and DJ Moore in your receiving room, I would have a hard time overrating that group. And I try really hard to be balanced. And so if Malik Nabers gets taken, though, then Joe Alt falls, or the best OT in the group, right? If an OT1 is already taken and Malik Nabers is already taken, the Bears have a shot at the best defensive player on their board, whoever that is. Now, we may not even agree with him. For all I know, it really could be a guy like Byron Murphy out of Texas, who one of these days we will look at, but it's not going to be today, right? JK mentions Ladd McConkey. I love Ladd. Like, I think he's awesome. McConkey, sorry. But the point that I'm really making here is that the Bears have tons of options where the Bears have tons of options, so many. And of those options, all of them to me are exciting. They really are. Austin Cole mentions, what about trading back and adding AD Mitchell? Sure. I'm pro trade back. I've been talking about a trade back for the last, I'd say, 3 to 4 weeks. But if you end up sticking at 9, I think you get a sick player, like a really sick player. Guys, Bears fans, we have been talking for years about how the Bears didn't actually get that the Bears were 1 to 2 picks out of tier 1. Do we remember those conversations? Like we have put together the board and we've said, oh yeah, somebody would have to reach, and then they don't. And then the Bears end up picking Gervin Dexter, who's sweet. I think that there's a whole bunch of sweet things on Gervin Dexter's tape, but he's not Keanu Benton. He's not Cam Smith. He's not Juju. He's not Juju Brents and some of the other picks that we were really exciting to see. This one, if 4 quarterbacks go early, somebody sick is falling to the Bears at 9. Now, did they trade off of that? I don't know. I mean, after all, it takes 2 to tango, and that means that if there's another person who wants to come, the third wide receiver on the board would probably get you a second-round pick in a trade back, I think. I mean, especially like a guy like Malik Neighbors, or if Roma Dunze falls or something like that, it would not shock me at all if a team that needs a receiver would be willing to trade up for the last guy that is looked at as a bona fide number one wide receiver. Not that not that AD Mitchell, not that Brian Thomas Jr., etc. can't become for number one receivers, just that they don't look like number ones out of the gate the way that those top three do. But all this to say, I think it's incredibly exciting. I think that this is an incredibly exciting time to be a Chicago Bears fan. I'm stoked. But so let's see. That's Chicago Fanatic says that's what I'm thinking, Rob, of why they could trade out with one of those top three still being there. 100%. But I will tell you, Chicago Fanatic, I really don't think that there is let's put it this way. There are some things that if you can't tell in this stream, I have a better feeling about that Ryan Poles would do than others. I mean, when it came to the Fields decision, I thought this was coming for a while, and that's okay. I mean, it's not some victory lap. It's more me pointing out that there are some things that I think the writing is on the wall, and not to mention, I think it's all over the tape. Ryan Poles seems as if he wants to make this team as good as possible going into 2025. There are a lot of ways to do that, and adding a sweet player like Jared Verse is absolutely one way you could do that. Adding Byron Murphy, if you think he's sick, is absolutely one way to do that. Adding Malik Neighbors is absolutely one way to do that. Adding Joe Alt, adding JC Latham, adding Tyler Fuaga, adding Olu Fashanu is absolutely one way to do that. I think replacing Braxton would feel a bit early to me, but if that's the direction the Bears go, okay, let's ride. 2 bookends. Let's learn together whether or not that would work. Like, if you want to go in that direction, I'll tell you right now, it's not what I would do. I think Braxton's good enough. But if a former NFL offensive lineman says, no, I want 2 tackles that are absolute walls, okay, all right then. We've got Keenan Allen and DJ Moore. Send it. You want to do that to the offense? Send it. Right? But we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. For now, you guys want to watch some Keenan Allen? You guys want to watch some 6-time Pro Bowler? Like, woohoo! JK mentions, how do you feel about moving right to the left if you drafted one of the OTs? Bad. I think you leave right where he is. At this point, you've got his feet and hands. Think about it this way, JK. How would you feel if I flipped your car to an English car and now you drove on the right-hand side? Right? You could do it. You could do it. But your whole feel for the position changes, right? And that's fine. It's more to say that it's unnecessarily difficult, especially if you end up drafting a player that's already playing LT. Eric mentions, are the OTs that much of an upgrade over Jones? That's the thing, Eric. Let me put it this way. Myles Garrett is probably going to beat anybody you throw at him. So the best of the best edge rushers, you could throw Trent Williams at them, and they're probably not going to win, right? Like even Trent probably isn't going to win, is what I intend to say. A lower level edge rusher, I think Braxton's going to handle them as well as anybody else. It's this upper middle tier of edge rusher where I think Braxton begins to struggle, and that upper middle tier up through high tier without the highest tier, that zone, that pass rusher is who an upgraded offensive tackle, assuming they hit, would improve upon. The question is whether you think that's worth it, and whether, frankly, we're nerdy enough to, whether we're too nerdy for this conversation versus guys who just want to get the best offensive lineman possible, and that they ultimately see this as an opportunity to move on from a guy that they've invested nearly nothing into, like it's a 5th round pick. So they may see it as kick Braxton to swing, whatever. Like, why would we worry about this? We want to have sick tackles. I don't know. There's no real right answer. There's no real wrong answer. There's different ways to slice this cake, and all of it works. Especially because I think it's funny, Falco, where you mentioned it's what you do against Hutch, but Hutch plays on the right-hand side, so you're good against Hutch. Like that's Darnell Wright. And so this would be about stopping James Hudson. But Falco, I do think his being Braxton's trade value is a major question. I have no idea what people would actually pay for him, because what he's worth, that's one thing. What he's actually going to go for on the market, well, he's a former 5th round pick with 2 years of time on his hands, 2 years left on his contract. I could believe anything. Miles Kelly mentions we need to pair a rookie receiver with Caleb, would be legendary. Again, Miles, I think a rookie wide receiver is a given. It's a matter of whether it's Ricky Pearsall or Xavier Legette, or it's probably not going to be Ladd. Maybe Worthy falls to the third, but I really doubt it. Like, I think he has a better chance to go first than third round. So then who's going to get there in the third? Maybe it'd be like a Javon Baker type. Maybe it could be all kinds of guys. It could be all kinds of guys. Miles, I would be blown away if Keon Cole. I think Keon also has a better shot of being a first rounder than a third rounder. So yeah, why don't we just draft Jerry Rice? Exactly. Or they could draft anybody from Malik Neighbors to Rome Odunze, all the way to A.D. Mitchell, to Brian Thomas Jr., to Ladd McConkey, to Keon Coleman, to, I don't know, maybe they do draft Xavier Worthy. Yeah, Tez might be a third rounder. Travis, I actually really like that call. I think that fits. BB Halo, I think Brendan Rice is closer to fourth round than third round, and that's not me hating. That's me just saying, like, I appreciate Brendan Rice for who he is. Brendan Rice's physicality and what he flashed at the Senior Bowl is legitimately cool. I like the guy, right? But there are a whole bunch of people that are just like, let's use Roman Wilson as an example. I'm seeing some people that are making Roman Wilson out to be a first rounder. I think he's a plain Jane second rounder, might actually be a third rounder, really might, just because he's smaller, right? And so you hit this point where the line, envision it, right? Literally envision all the receivers stacked up in a line, right? Brendan Rice is so far back in the line that I have a hard time believing he won't go in the fourth round. Now, he might be an interesting value in that fourth round, but he's just not fast enough, nor is he, in my opinion, physical enough on the football field to not consider to take before some of these other guys. Again, Pearsall is one of my favorite guys to talk about here. Corey, no worries. I got you. Because I think Pearsall is both really fast and really physical and can play all kinds of different positions, which is really helpful. I mean, that's exactly the kind of the kind of guy you'd want as your wide receiver 3. And it totally fits. But so we'll see what the Bears do. My point is, this whole oyster is wide open for now. How about we watch some Keenan Allen? So one thing I do want to start at, because it's a minor disclaimer, right? Alpha, or what is it, Brendan? Do you mean the fact that I said that he's a Chicago Bears? It's just a meme, right? Like, it's on purpose is more what I intend to say. Preston mentions, do I think we need a true X? So Preston, 1 year ago, I would have told you absolutely yes. Right now, I would tell you Keenan can do it enough and DJ can do it enough that I personally think that you can have all kinds of guys. No, I mean it, Brandon. I did it on purpose is more what I'm intending to say. But so, Preston, I think that because Keenan and DJ can play X, if you get one more guy that can do it but doesn't have to do it, I think you will create a Frankenstein X receiver within the offense, and that's totally fine. Like, if that's the way that you want to do this, the league is kind of moving in that direction, so you could do it, right? Alpha says, if we draft somebody like Odunze, would we play Keenan in the slot, or would we have the rookie in the slot? So, Alpha, you got to remember that they're going to move around all the time, right? That's not just a Chargers thing. That's everybody, where you take a look at this kind of alignment. So here's Keenan Allen. You're looking for relatively baggy arm warmers, etc., and you'll find him. He gets easy to recognize eventually. You're going to notice that he's lined up on the outside right now. Well, he will kick inside. He will motion inside. He will run routes from the outside. He's going to do that all game long. I mean, Keenan Allen in particular bounces around all over the place because that's modern NFL. I mean, it's just not as common anymore to see a guy line up on the outside and only play on the outside. It happens, but DJ Moore does more of that than Keenan Allen ever has. And if you watch Justin Jefferson's actually very similar, where he will do most of his damage from the slot positions. So we'll see I don't know what the Bears will do with a rookie, but I doubt that they will be extraordinarily, I doubt that they will be extraordinarily, locked into positions. Yeah, I lost my train. You could tell that I didn't quite have command of the sentence. But so anyways, let's see. Somebody mentioned Jay. Jay, what are we talking about? And yeah, Alpha. We're getting to film because we need to. We need to. So one thing that I'll tell you, I think is wild. By the way, as the stream grows, as the audience grows, thank you to Twitter where it says that we've got 3,000 people watching. You guys the best. So everybody's the best. As the stream grows, the chat is becoming a lot to manage. So we're gonna have chat on, chat off positions, and I hope we're all cool with that. I'm gonna continue to try to work as much chat interaction in as possible. I love making this a conversation between all of us, right? But we're never gonna get through enough tape if we keep stopping to talk. But so yeah, we do need to promote the YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. But I mean, also Chicago. God knows I need to get some more like videos done because these are great. But I would love to do even more. Let's see. Zach Wilson goes for a UDFA selection of bag of chips. Right. It depends on the flavor of the bag of chips, Austin. Because if they're asking for my Doritos, they ain't getting them. Or like Ruffles with that like French onion dip thing. That thing is wild. That thing tastes so good. Tastes delicious. Yeah, like the video if you're enjoying it. Hope you get ready. Keenan, what are we doing here? Anything specifically? Yeah, demo. It's tough. It's tough. Like demo so Austin Eckler is a pretty hard watch on some of this tape, and it's just tough watching him. But that's fine. So. One thing you're going to notice, I think, that's funny about Keenan Allen is you're definitely watching a guy that just doesn't have the juice that he used to. But man, are some of his routes really clean. We're not going to freak out about this curl route. It's more, I want to make sure we are getting a sense for how he moves. Because what I really want you to watch, channel your inner actor, your inner thespian, right? Where as you watch Keenan Allen, notice simple, really subtle things like ducking that head right here to sell the outside fade so that we can just try to get the corner that little bit further off when we do hit our curl route. Little stuff like that just helps sell, obviously, a different route than you're actually running. And that's most of what Keenan Allen is. Keenan Allen at this point in his career is an actor and a salesman, more so than an athlete and a physical specimen. And I think that slaps. I mean, not only does it project good things for his future, but it makes him fun to watch right now. Especially because if this is the play I think it is, you get sweet routes like this. No, not this one. This one, Herbert just misses him on, but that's fine. If there is one thing physically that I think Allen is better at than he's going to get credit for, it is physicality. Because he's still a big body, and he can still separate using his body. And I have no issue with that. Alex, you missed homage to Justin Fields. You missed excitement about the future. You missed lead in to what Keenan Allen is, and a lot of conversation actually about number 9. Minor tangents, am I right? But a bunch of intro stuff. This is us getting into Keenan Allen, which so WFM, we had one of the bye week, and we'll probably do another one soon. But so one other thing, it's obvious if it's not if I didn't make it plain and just very obvious, there are 3 games I wanted to highlight. I don't know if we're gonna get through all 3 of them, but we've got the Lions, the Packers, and the Vikings. Curiously enough, Keenan actually played really well against all 3, which is very fun, don't you think? But so watching the Lions game is a great start because this is Keenan Allen versus man coverage, which if I was you, that would be what I would need to see Keenan Allen go against more than anything if you were worried about his age. Because man coverage is where you would expect his lack of physical ability to really hurt him. And he, let's just say he goes for well over 100 yards in this game. So you're going to get plenty of Keenan. But so early on, it's 3-0. Let's see. Chicago, because I don't want to watch that game again. Forgive me, but I have no interest in watching Keenan Allen cook our Bears. 2nd and 7. We got our first Keenan reception of the game, and boy howdy, I think this is clean. If you follow me on Twitter, you've seen a lot of this before. If you don't follow me on Twitter, you should, or you should tell your friends. I really do as much work as I can on that and to Bears blog. But check out all of the efficient movement that happens in a clip like this, where we've got Keenan quick starting, Like, even just this to me says I'm releasing outside, right? You go left foot here, quick left foot, inside fake, break outside, right? And then we plant hard. Once we get the defender to come with us a little bit, rip in, and look at that separation. Oh, yeah, if you ask me. Like, Alex Flores mentions the chains will be moving, and I'm right there with you, where to me, the best part about Keenan Allen is that you can already see the makings, I think, of a receiver that will help Caleb with where I think he could use extra help. Like DJ Moore is, so probably my favorite thing. We've watched one catch, and I'm already just going to quickly give you my 2 cents on DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and how they fit together in a Chicago Bears receiving room. Putting it simply, here's your way to express this as the water cooler and sound cool as hell, right? DJ Moore is really good at what Caleb is already really good at. Intermediate, let me back this up. DJ Moore is intermediate areas of the field and deep. Ridiculous athleticism. The kind of guy that if Caleb does sink back in the pocket, step back up in the pocket, sink back in the pocket, break out to his left, DJ Moore is exactly the kind of guy that I, as a defensive coordinator, would be terrified that he would leak open, and then then Caleb Williams would find him down the field, and God forbid that guy breaks a tackle, he's going to take us to the house. Right? DJ Moore is really, really good at making the most of the plays that he's given and using his athleticism to win in the deeper areas of the field where I think Caleb will have a little bit more visual clarity. The main reason Keenan Allen is so special is because Keenan Allen is a specialist in where Caleb needs to grow. These plays right here, where you say it's 2nd and 7, you're just going to hit Keenan on the slant. Okay, that's easy. Right? Look at Keenan doesn't need to do the Anthony Miller step. Do we remember that? Like 3 different shuffle steps and then finally break. It is get out of your release on time, hit 1 break, and you're open. NFL timing. It's very important that not only you're open quickly, because if you take any longer, the throw path is able to get interfered with by this linebacker, right? Like, take a look at where the linebacker is sitting. If we take any longer and we throw it here, that's not open anymore. And then we have to hang tough and hope this safety doesn't click down on top of us so that we can actually get the second window, because if we don't, we're hosed. We're hosed, right? Instead, Keenan Allen gets open in the first window, and he gets open with the kind of separation that you would expect an NFL quarterback to be able to drill with. And Alpha mentions didn't DJ Moore run the most slants in the NFL? I have no idea if he ran the most, but I can tell you DJ Moore is not unable to run a slant. Don't hear me trying to tell you DJ Moore can't run a slant or something like that. It's more to say that 6-time Pro Bowler Keenan Allen is in particular a specialist right about here. And he can do stuff at the deeper areas of the field. You will see some of that in this game right here. But this is where he makes his hay. And it's where I think the Bears needed a receiver to really shine. And that's a big reason that I'm excited to see Keenan Allen in a Bears uniform. I mean, look at how easy this is for Herbert. 1 step. Look, they even got us on a blitz. It just doesn't matter, right? Boom. Because we're able to get this ball out because we know where we're going. We trust our guy. We don't even take a hit, or at least we don't go to the ground. And I'm with you, Empty Bread. If there's one other piece of having Keenan Allen that I am really excited about, I would love for the Bears to draft a sweet receiver, in part because I would love for Keenan Allen to be able to coach him. Like, I personally believe that Keenan Allen, the coach, is an underrated value asset an underrated value add that I would love to milk as much as it's worth. If you got DJ Moore and Keenan Allen from as perspectives, it would be, I think, really sweet. Now, early in games, Keenan does not always have the gas to overpower the man across from him. You're going to see Keenan catch a bunch of targets, but interestingly enough, at least in this game, depending on if we get through the whole thing, you'll see it. I have seen Keenan Allen start slower pretty consistently across his ball games, and then he outlasts the guy across from him. And when the opposing corner starts to slow down a little bit, that's really when Keenan starts breaking off big play after big play after big play, because Keenan, for whether it's his route tempo, which is really special, or his stamina, it could be either. Keenan does not seem to lose any speed. He just doesn't start with any speed either. So you end up with a bit of it's a double-edged sword in the early goings of the game, but you start to take advantage of it later. And I'm with you, Austin, where I think the Bears need to draft another receiver. It's why I'm so adamant that they will take 175 if they don't take 19 or trade down and take one, because I think you have to take a third rounder. The class is too deep. You need another receiver because you just don't have a third receiver on the board. Tyler Scott should not be better than your fourth wide receiver. Even that, I think, is probably stretching it based on last year, which is fine. You can stretch it. But Chicago Fanatic mentions the line is getting destroyed, and I'll tell you what, Chicago, well, first of all, that was a screen. That one's weird to talk about. But also, yeah, they get mashed a good bit. You just got to get the ball out. Here, Keenan again sells the slot fade, creates separation. It's not even a first down. You're going to see a lot of this. Keenan Allen will run this little slot fade into a comeback route and pick up 7 yards. Successful play. Sets you up for a great second down. And again, watch your route, because I think Keenan's subtlety is really fun to watch. Get off the line, sell slot fade. I love the way he ducks his head. That's something that I know they teach you in like high school, but you still see a lot of guys not bother to do it. But he ducks his head, sells slot fade. Corner ends up way off him. Easy completion for Herbert. There should be a lot of rhythm throws that Caleb or whatever rookie is playing with Keenan Allen should be able to have access to with Keenan Allen because of the way Keenan likes to play. And I'm about it. I mean, especially for rookie quarterbacks, I think having these 1 read or 1-2 to maybe like 1-2 check down type read plays is healthy for rookie quarterbacks. Hey, get out, get the ball to a guy, take the completion, let's move on. There's going to be some chain moving. There's going to be a lightweight offense on the quarterback. We would all hope that that's the case. But it should be fun to watch all the same, because I personally think if you can make Caleb Williams a cog in your machine, that means you've got a pretty healthy machine. Can we all admit, hey, how many people in this chat, because I know we got some young guns in here, how many people in this chat were there watching Mitch Trubisky's rookie year? I know I was. Right? Now, granted, I've been around this for a while, but how many people were there watching Mitch Trubisky's rookie year? It was just before I was covering the Bears. But if you were like me, you made arguments that Mitch Trubisky was going to jump in for Mike Glennon, and then if you were younger, especially if you were younger, older fans, you may not have thought this, that Mitch was going to jump in week 5. He was going to jumpstart the Bears offense, and he was going to be a big part of the reason why the Bears offense was going to take a step forward. That's not what happened, because he's a rookie quarterback, right? Rookie quarterbacks, the longer I've been around this, they are more a hindrance than a help. And that's okay, right? JK, what's basically the same receiver core Mitch had. But anyways, all this to say that all of this is more me saying that we have spent 2 rookies now, Fields and Mitch, thinking that by throwing the rookie in the game, the offense was going to get better because the supporting cast around the rookie was so bad that we immediately needed the Bears rookie quarterback to be the best player on the field. Can we agree with that? The hope here would be, I think we can all agree, that Caleb has to be no better than the 4th best player on the field, maybe the 5th. And I really mean that. Number 1 overall pick. What's the advantage here? You hope that Keenan Allen is better than him. Okay, so there's 1. You hope that DJ Moore is better than him. Okay, so there's 2. You hope that Darnell Wright is better than him. Okay, so there's 3. I would hope that Tevin Jenkins is better than Caleb Williams. All right, then there's 4. You can want Cole Kmet to be a better player than Caleb Williams, and I think that's allowed. Okay, so there's 5. If you got those 5 playing great football, then you could have Caleb Williams be the 6th best player in your offense, and he could still play good football while being the 6th best one. I can't help but think that that is the goal here, is building an offense that we are really positive on. Really positive. And Jimmy, you mentioned you mentioned Kmet. I've been a Kmet hater for a while. Kmet won me over last season. Like, the more old tape that I watch, the more, or then by old, I mean 2023, I feel like there was a step forward that Cole Kmet took that the Bears fan base constant discussion of Justin Fields ended up taking juice out of. Like, Cole Kmet played some ball last year, and that's awesome. I hope we continue to see more from him because he's 25. Somebody looked that up for me, but I'm pretty sure Cole Kmet is 25. And Zariah, I see that. I mean, maybe you want Caleb Williams to be the fourth best player. That would be allowed, right? Somebody, if he ends up being the fourth, fifth best player, I think that works for everybody, right? But I'm bringing up guys like Kmet and guys like Tevin because the hope would be that those guys play even better. This is a sweet route. Herbert doesn't throw it. But look at Keenan on this option route. I love it. He thinks he's getting squeezed, I think, by this linebacker right here. Either that or he wants something else over the middle for some reason or another. But this option out back to a slant, I think the footwork on it is really, really nice. Boom, bang, separate. Herbert gets it out to Eckler. Eckler drops it. It happens. It's not a great ball. And I do think it's funny, by the way, just saying, every time we watch opposing tape, I feel like I watch their offensive line get annihilated. Now, the Chargers' offensive line is by no means some kind of gold standard for offensive line play, and most people in the league know that. But Darnell Wright did a way better job against Aiden Hutchinson than 79 here on this play, which, hey, that's a low bar. But it feels like every time we turn on Saints tape or Lions tape or pick a team, right? It's pretty much just the Packers and sometimes the Niners, but only sometimes, where you end up seeing an offensive line that creates the clean pockets that everybody keeps trying to tell me every other quarterback in football has. Like, that's the other thing, guys. Like, just quick soapbox. Everybody is always constantly convinced that every other team in the NFL has a better offensive line than your team. I'm not going to try to tell you that the Bears had this amazing offensive line. We're never going to do that. But I do feel like the more football we watch from around the league, the more I end up giggling because the Bears offensive line does create decent pockets. They can get better. We hope they get better, especially at center, don't we? But it is, especially when Tevin's healthy, and if Nate Davis is on his game, I like the tackles at the moment. And so if the new center, whether it's Bates or whether it's Coleman, can actually show up and play decent ball, especially if the Bears use play action the way that Seattle tried to, but they do it with guys that have some talent, you could end up with some really solid pockets to throw from. And with Keenan Allen, guys, the under center RPO game is going to be nasty. I mean, I'm so stoked for like Caleb lines up under center. You get Swift in like the eye or something like that. And then you get, boom, Keenan Allen is on this slant. The play that I was dreaming of on Twitter, right? It's as easy as it's as easy and simple to talk about as you could imagine. It's play from the shotgun. It is 13 right here, Keenan Allen. It is, how am I forgetting DJ's number? Like, he is 2. Duh. But so it's 2 right here, and you're running as simple gets, double slants, right? And especially if you get a team like the Lions that's playing you in single coverage with some man right here. Oh my gosh. If you actually get this inside linebacker, let's switch colors. If you get this inside linebacker squeezing Keenan Allen and this nickel corner sitting over the top trying to bracket Keenan Allen, and then Caleb hits DJ in rhythm for this slant over here, you could end up very quickly with DJ Moore, one of the most dangerous yards after catch receivers in ball right now, one-on-one with a safety. And if he beats him, you score. I mean, think about how common that is around the NFL. You guys have seen every team do it to us, I mean, it's much more common than the Bears have made it to have a one broken tackle play in the NFL end up in the end zone. And I would love for the Bears to have this kind of talent on their roster that you can do quick little RPOs and stuff like that, where you sit right here and then you drop back in the pocket and boom, you hit him, or not drop back in the pocket. You take basically like one step off the, or you take one step off the snap and just rip the slant for a little bit of yardage, all kinds of things. So let's see. Jimmy asks, Rob, what would you be doing if we trade back to 2 and take Daniels? Am I hanging up the Bears? Jimmy, we're not going to get there. Also, for what it's worth, hey, I am just going to say it. I think that the whole Jaden Daniels at number 2 thing is mostly draft smoke. I mean, the way that I could envision it is you have to remember that there's 2 teams that have number 1 and number 2. There's 30 teams that don't. And those 30 teams want to sow as much doubt as possible for the top 2 teams for whatever reason. And one of the ways that you sow doubt is by obviously being like, oh, Caleb sucks. He's a huge problem. Justin Fields is the last guy in, the first guy out. We remember this, right? That everybody always ends up with character concerns. Would you believe it? Come draft season. But also, I don't know how many people are out there that really love Jaden Daniels. And I'm not talking about Dan Orlovsky. I'm talking like scouts. Because to me, I think it's pretty clear that Caleb and May are the only 2 real choices up at the top. JJ McCarthy, exciting. I actually get why teams are in on him. Jaden Daniels, the opposite of, like, he's the other side of exciting. Equally exciting, but in that much more new age Lamar Jackson way, where you're trying to get somebody similar. It's JK. I don't know quite what you're talking about, just to be sure. You mean the Vikings thing, or Bears drafting Spencer Rattler? All this to say that there are plenty of ways that the Bears, I don't know, might bears this, but I actually think that's our, that's our hurt talking. I think that when the chips actually fall, this is going to end up simpler than meets the eye. I think so. Miles, we could talk about his jersey number when he is actually a Bear. I do have my limits, though. I do tend to think that it's going to end up being like 12 or 11. I think 12 would be fun. Just between you and me here, I think that him paying homage to Aaron Rodgers and the Bears taking back 12 would be badass. But Chicago fanatic, don't do that. Preston, we'll get to the Vikings here in a little bit. Oh, man, this was terrible. Can you imagine? It's so funny watching some of these games, because do we even remember this? That's a pick. Like, roll out, man on us, flick it anyways, give it up. I think it's great for Bears fans to watch some of this stuff, because obviously you can't do that. Right? Like, obviously, anybody's film answer would be throw it further. If you're going to send it out of bounds, you have to send it out of bounds. It's a sweet play by 31, but it is also, I think, an interesting reminder. I think it's interesting that, hey, this is harder than you think it is. It's not as easy as it looks. And moreover, plenty of quarterbacks around the league make all kinds of mistakes. Playing good quarterback is harder than meets the eye, and it is easy to over-criticize quarterbacks. 4P mentions, have you seen the pass accuracy chart for all college quarterbacks? Apparently, Caleb is not really accurate, throwing intermediate and deep. Thoughts? Caleb gets the throw off a lot more than a lot of quarterbacks. So look, being really, really quick, we keep getting distracted on good questions and good tangents, and I think that that's a good thing, right? But so there are plenty of quarterbacks that cannot attempt many of the throws that Caleb will attempt. And don't get me wrong, that ends up creating plenty of inaccuracy moments. But also, I tend to watch Caleb, and when he's set, see him deliver the ball really well. I mean, I'm not complaining about his accuracy. I think he just gets a lot of balls off at the intermediate and deep level that other quarterbacks, there's no way that they could have their feet. Like most quarterbacks, you're talking about foot here, then we've got the base to throw deep. Caleb will at times have his front foot here, his back foot here, and he will simply whip the ball anyways. Now, that's a bad habit that I would love to clean up, personally. But also, it's going to create collegiate inaccuracy charts where he floats the ball over the tight end's head. The tight end right here, and then it gets picked off against Notre Dame, right? To me, that becomes a check the tape on it kind of thing. We did do a little bit of Jaden Daniels, Brandon, but not a ton. And I need to watch one that isn't Florida State because I know he got a lot better. And moreover, we need a stream where we watch more Neighbors and BTJ because it's awesome. Austin, there ain't no losing there. Either Chicago wins and my stream audience is happy, or the Stars win and I am happy. We just got Madonna. Or the Madonna statue, that is. See, look at how smooth Keenan Allen is. I mean, I think he's so fun, right? So that's the other thing, 4P. Were other people above 50%? Because to me, that tells me that they're not attempting them in tight enough windows. We can push this conversation for another time, right? So we're going to talk bust. Let's watch Keenan Allen, Jimmy. And then like later we could talk about Caleb and we could talk about things like bust percentage, etc. I just don't want to get off track. Watch Keenan through his stem on this out route. So many guys give this away, in my opinion. So many guys give this away. Whereas I feel like Keenan here does a great job of selling that he's running deep, or at least that he might be running his slant. Because that's the other piece, right? Keenan has run so many different option routes of different types where he sets out here and breaks inside. We've already seen 2 of them. Then when he sets outside and follows through with it, you're going to see the corner underreact. Or at the very least, he sinks to the top of his depth and lets Keenan settle right underneath him so that he can break basically in his blind spot and force this corner to have to stop and turn, potentially have to flip his shoulders, but the corner doesn't do that. Either way, I mean, doesn't get much easier as far as just basic separation and a nice little completion on, I think it's like 2nd and 10 that sets up 2nd and 10 that sets up a 3rd and 1. It's chain mover stuff, right? DJ Moore is an animal that is able to constantly pick you up first downs. Keenan Allen is the guy that's going to be your 5 to 9 yard reception guy because he will catch the 5 to 9 yard reception a lot. Now, there are going to be moments like this, obviously, where he's working through a little bit more. I mean, he's trying to work past his zone, right? And get open amidst zone coverage. But beating zone is a matter of the right route at the right time and a little bit of football sense. It's cool to me watching Keenan against man coverage a little more because that's how you see him use his tools to get open more so than run to the right spot and end up open against zone. Look, I don't want to say literally anybody can get open against zone. It's not that easy, and a little bit of zone sense will take you quite a ways, but it's definitely easier to be a zone killer than a man killer. And when you can kill man, most of the time you're going to be just fine against zone coverage. Feel free to disagree with me, though. And I would love your reasoning if you think otherwise. If you ever hear me obsess, by the way, about whether somebody can beat man coverage, it is largely because, especially when we're talking rookies or when we're talking draft, it's because of that. Man coverage is wide receiver on corner or wide receiver on DB, whereas zone is more, did you read the play, can be taught a little bit better, run to the right spot, awareness, etc., etc., etc. Alexander, I can tell you I have no idea if the Bears will extend Keenan Allen or not. I would tell you if I had an inclination on it. I bet you they want to. But if you told me that they were renting him, I would believe that too. So we'll see. I bet they try to get something done, but I don't know. Big drive here. 17-3. Let's take note of this, right? We got 6 minutes and 30 seconds left in the second quarter. This is a need it drive. I want to talk a little more situational football on this channel if I get the chance to. And you need drives like this. We're down 2 touchdowns. We have plenty of time in the game. Man, I love this route. He doesn't even get the ball. But to me, look at how clean Keenan is able to make contact and then break on the out route. This is where I think Keenan, at 31 years old, legitimately impressed me from a physical perspective. 21 wants to get physical with him. I would expect a young gun in the NFL to win that physical battle. But Keenan runs his route as if he's totally unimpeded and breaks. And look at that beautiful separation. Herbert takes the check down because he's massively under pressure. Chargers' offensive line continues to get smoked, and he's got multiple defenders basically in his face. His eyes come down. He's looking for he's looking for the yardage. But it's really nicely run by Keenan Allen, which we're all about here. Keenan's physicality is where I think he's defying Father Time. His foot speed, he is not. But his ability to use his feet is obviously really high technical, and it does him a lot of favors. He's Keenan Allen. There's a point where it's like, yeah, dude's Keenan Allen. He's good. We knew that. It's me explaining how. Hand off to Eckler. We will skip. The Chargers run a ton of plays. Most of the Bears tapes that I've seen are like 50 minutes on defense and then like 45 minutes on offense. And these are like 110 minutes on offense nearly every time. There's another one of these option routes. Herbert's just going to rip it. Nice play by 23. It is fun watching Herbert just pump the ball, even if it's incomplete here. It's funny because I think this DB does a decent job of stopping Keenan's usual slant route. And then Gerald Everett, what do we do here? Because we come off the end line and a basic curl. Off the end line, curl out, sit down. Nothing wild. Yeah, Valku, the Bears did kill a lot of clock. I'm trying to figure out that thing that Everett is better at than everybody else, or even like really good at. Right now, it looks like it's yak. There are moments where Gerald will take the ball and then he will tote that pill. But I think I was expecting a little bit more burst or explosion. If I can be honest with you, I can see why he's a second tight end. So here's Keenan getting open against zone, coming down with the ball. He doesn't do anything crazy here. Like, he's going to motion from bunch set to sit still in a 3x1, run a dig route. It's not the world's greatest dig route. It doesn't have to be, right? Because he understands, okay, I'm running this against what looks like a 2-invert kind of defense right here. And that means that now I've just got to find the throwing window and sit in it. So we break, we find the throwing window. Do we see Keenan seeing it? Because this part of football, I think, is really fun. Keenan sees, here's the path. Now I need to navigate this defender and stay in a spot where I'm not covering myself up. And so he is going to, it looks like, spot it, get over the top of that defender, and then curl back and sit in this window right here. Ball comes over the top. Jumps for it. But it's just navigating space and getting yourself open. And if Keenan can do that for a rookie, that's going to go a long way, I think. And it's nice because DJ did that for Justin. So now he's got two options that really are good at this that are good at this wide receiver one, I guess. This, give me the ball. I know you need me to need the ball kind of thing. Here's a solid little route from Gerald Everett. Again, tight ends are so funny because he's not going to be explosive like a back. And Herbert throws this like he wants to hit him in the face or like he wants to blow his gloves off. Like Herbert just rockets this thing over him, but he's open. Would have been running for a little bit. Not today. Second down and 10? I see this play all the time. I'm sure it has a name, but you basically get a jet or a back out here in the flat. You get a post and you get a wheeling action. And usually the read is 1, 2, 3. And the 3 is considered pretty safe because it's a wide receiver screen, but with extra steps. Because look at all the space that this clears. Why block when you can instead just send 2 high danger routes that pull the entire defense back further and then still get most of the benefits of a screen all the same? And it does. Wide receiver cuts it up inside, ends up third and inches. Totally works for the Chargers. It's a good play design. And you see it all the time, actually, in USC. Though, the Bears did not hire Kellen Moore. Not even kind of. 3rd and 1. QB sneak. Big quarterbacks are big. First down. Keenan's going to come across in motion. Oh, is this a play I think it is? Yes, it is. Dirty. And he separated better than that, too. Like, I'm just saying. We get a little bit more of a lead. And Keenan never gets touched. But hey, way to separate all the same. And we're in the end zone. Watch his route in slow motion and look at the many different things that he threatens. And first of all, remember, football is all down and distance. So what is this defender thinking Keenan Allen, short area specialist, is probably gunning for, right? He's thinking slant. He's thinking dig. He's thinking out at this spot. Maybe the out comes here, right? And so then Keenan Allen comes off the line, sells that vertical with the head down, takes an inside step right here. Big plant with his right foot, inside step. Then he's going to threaten to break out. And that's what that is right there. So now it looked like maybe it was an out route. Oh no, it's a slot fade. And he's about to burn me on this. And watch the DB. He's going to widen out that way. He's going to go from position to where we could have held the top over this thing. And he's instead going to immediately start to pedal this way with his hips open to the inside, which is when Keenan plants that right foot, breaks inside, and even at 31, there we are creating vertical space at the seam. How beautiful is that? Ain't that pretty? It's like, how far can you take savvy? And what I think is hilarious, John, how you doing, by the way, is we see Keenan Allen in these motions, and I think it's funny because he's not fast, right? And he's not going to look fast. I mean, Keenan Allen isn't a jet threat by any stretch of the imagination. You're just forcing communication, and you're forcing reads by the defense. Because as this 23 bounces out, you get a pretty clear look at cover 3, I would say. And then the Lions do ultimately run cover 3. You see all 3 receivers right here. And now you've got what looks like a double post, which is your classic cover 3 beater. Herbert is all over it. Nice play by the Chargers offense and a needed score. Rip. Bang. Kudos to 68 here, who gets his head ripped off for just getting out of the way and not getting in the way of a touchdown. Because I think if you keep playing with your equipment off, it's a penalty, right? But you would think that that's going to... It always does make me laugh when that doesn't, draw a hands-to-face flag. I'm like, how else do you think that the helmet came off? But so we got our big score, and then they answered back, right? Big drive again. If we're going to stay in this game, we need scores in situations like this. You and everybody else, John, right? He's so much fun. I need a haircut at some point. My hair's getting long. I don't know how many it says we have on YouTube, by the way, but it says on Twitter that we have like 5,000 viewers. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. If you're enjoying this, you guys rule. Let me see here. Do like, by the way, the stream if you're enjoying it, especially over on YouTube. Support however you can. I want to get this thing to as many Bears fans as are willing to jump in and watch film with us, because I think this is a great time. I do hope you're learning something and getting a feel for what the Bears could potentially look like going forward. Let me see right here. Yeah, here it is. Keenan Allen's also somebody that they use a lot on screens. And what I think is going to be intriguing is that in a world where you're lining up, let's say it's Ricky Pearsall. I'm just going to keep saying his name, not because I don't want Malik Neighbors, but because, to be honest with you guys, I am setting myself up for the Bears to pick a defensive player until the moment that they indicate that they're not going to. Because if they pick an offensive player, great. If I set myself for an offensive player and they pick a defensive player, I'm going to have to fight the disappointment. But guys, we have to tangent for this. Just really briefly. I know we all love offense. Right? If the Bears did take a Byron Murphy, Jacob Infante, one of my friends, comped him to Grady Jarrett. Okay? If you added Grady Jarrett to the Bears' defensive line, the defense is going to be nasty. If you added Dallas Turner or Jared Verse or Latu to the Bears' defensive line and they end up really good, the Bears' defense is going to be nasty. I know we don't love defense. Sometimes we talk like that. You guys know what I'm saying? Like sometimes we talk like defense is not fun. But if you did get a sick defensive lineman and they're good, like you can set up for a very dangerous football team and one that maybe Caleb Williams trusts, which I think is something he needs to learn to do. Right? After USC, if there's one thing I would love to see Caleb Williams learn, it's how to be down 7 points. This is totally just my read on Caleb. In the NFL, sometimes the winning move is so this situation right here, 3 minutes left in the first half, you're down 2 scores. If it's 3rd and 12, and you see a tight window throw down the field, but you know their linebacker likes to lurk in this area of the field, and you don't see the linebacker, but you didn't find him pre-snap either. There are some points where you just need to check the ball down. You need to hope DeAndre Swift picks you up 12 yards, and if not, you need to trust your defense that they're not going to fold. Because the big difference to me between between college football and the NFL is that in the NFL, if you give away the ball, I understand that we all make fun of HITS, the ball, right? But so if you give away the ball, especially in that late half scenario, and you go from down 2 scores to down 3 scores because they either kick field goal after picking you off or they, God forbid, they score on you again, you lost the game. But if you trust your defense, they get you the ball back. Maybe you grind out a field goal in the last 50 seconds. Maybe you don't. Maybe you go to the half, you receive the ball, you get the next set of points. That I know the 200 club was stupid for Justin, and I do think it was stupid for Justin. But for Caleb, I actually think that the 200 club is the right idea as a rookie. And then the year after that, we can do the 301 club, right? The 411 club, or whatever it would look like, right? The goal as a rookie needs to be make the plays you can, but understand where your limits are and don't lose this team. Like, I hear you, Jimmy. I hear you. I'm just pointing out to you that there is a balance here where you don't want the rookie to be truly unleashed, because unleashed is going to be chaotic. Chaotic is going to create more problems than it solves. I would tell you that for every 3 absolutely sick plays, no, hear me out, everybody. For every 3 absolutely sick plays that a rookie makes, generally, I think they make about 9 mistakes. And these can range from pretty major mistakes to pretty minor mistakes. So you do kind of want to keep the genie in the bottle a little. It's a balance. I would hope that the Bears don't truly emphasize the 200 club thing, but the goal is to win as a team and lose as a team, especially as a rookie quarterback. And then we hope Caleb Williams becomes Aaron Rodgers, then, or maybe it's Drake May and he becomes Justin Herbert, then at that point you can go do your Justin Herbert things, you can go do your Aaron Rodgers things. But in the NFL, as we start our career, it's not that we need you to not hold us back. It's that just do your job and we will handle the rest, right? Anyways, back to the tape. But so mistakes are great for a rookie to see what you can and can't get away with, JK. But I also think that there's a balance here where you can't let rookie mistakes. I don't think you have to let rookie mistakes cost you games. Is the main thing that I'm looking at. And I'm right there, Zarash. Just so that we're all on the same page. I'm not trying to be all 200 club good. It's more like I think that we can get so excited about rookies this time of year that we want to shortcut as much as we can and get to that part where the rookie's potential gets to be the rookie's potential. And it's not that easy. I wish it was that easy. It's not that easy. And so given that we're looking at a development process, I think we need to teach Caleb, if you will, the NFL way of playing football, which at times just means drop back, throw to Keenan Allen, let him do this. Like, look at this. Come on. Look at how pretty this is. It's so simple. It's so easy. He barely looks like he's doing anything, but you're going to see Keenan Allen option step at this angle, and watch this linebacker because he sees him threaten just enough vertical stem that then when Keenan Allen cuts underneath, he's separated again, right? We have to beat this linebacker over the middle. And look at the body language. Like the leading right foot and whatnot. I could easily see him lying to me, planting this foot, getting upfield, and potentially trying to take advantage of some kind of space in cover 2. But the moment Keenan sees that foot right here and these hips pointed that way, could it be easier? 2 yards of separation, breadbasket catch, little bit of get off me, Jack Campbell, running for the first down. It's awesome. It's so great. I mean, this is to me what you are near dreaming for a rookie. And Brandon Robinson, if you're still in here, Brandon was like, why on earth are we trading a 4th round pick for a 32-year-old man? And I don't know. Maybe I'm just hopped up and excited, but I can't help but think of a better safety blanket than a receiver that caught 1,200 yards in 13 games. Hey, maybe that settles. Maybe it's 1,017. But the lessons that he should be able to teach, the routes that he should be able to, frankly, help both Caleb and potential rookie receivers learn to run better. I'm really excited for what he can bring to your locker room as well as the receiver on the field, because I think you end up with a sweet wide receiver 1B that ends up potentially being a really good wide receiver 2, if that's what you want to go with. Demo, I don't think he does. But like you're saying, Jibby, I do think from a quarterback development perspective, okay, so look, the overdramatic, the melodramatic way that I like to think about this, in the Bears 2027 Super Bowl DVD, right? They'll have a cutaway interview from Caleb Williams where somebody says, Caleb, who was your biggest influence in your NFL play? And I could absolutely see a world where his response is Keenan Allen, who I played with early in my career, and he really taught me everything I know about playing NFL football. Me and DJ have been together for years. Me and Malik have been together for years, but Keenan Allen, as a rookie, really taught me to settle down and distribute and to trust your guys, and I couldn't have gotten here without a guy like him. Like that's the interview that I could completely understand seeing. And I would love for, exactly like you're mentioning, Kyle, for somebody like Rome Odunze to learn a ton from him if the Bears get that chance. I don't know if they're going to get that chance. I just don't know, especially Rome. Rome seems like he's going to go pretty high, and I'm not surprised. He's a big dude that's fast, and everybody seems to love his character. That's your high draft pick. But I'm excited about what Keenan can bring to the Bears. How do you not get excited about a player as good as he is? Here we got man coverage with Keenan in motion. Oh, I love this. So again, how does Keenan keep creating vertical space? Watch this route, which I think is sweet. Keenan's going to get off the line and option step. Here's the DB sitting over the top. What's he defending? Can't you see? We're keeping the slant off of us, right? Keenan's hit us with the slant enough that we got to make sure we don't give this up. We got to make sure we don't give this up. We're ready to break on anything, any of these. So what about the slot fade? He's faked the slot fade a lot. Has he run it? No. Well, he does here. Do you need foot speed when you can freeze a defender? It depends, right? You have to play with good timing. Ball has to come out on time. But here's what's funny. 4P, you still in here? Yeah, 4P equals playoffs, or 4Ps equals playoffs. This ball isn't that accurate. Keenan has to slow down for it. Like, if we lay this ball out here, I can't tell you for sure Keenan Allen scores. But I can tell you that slowing down forces Keenan to have to come back for it. This is what I think it's so complicated when we talk about accuracy numbers. Look, guys, I'm not trying to justify or spin some narrative. This is more just what I've seen when I watch football. I am amazed at how much of accuracy comes down to, is your receiver really good? And also, can your quarterback get the ball to the right general area, right? Because here, Herbert is underthrowing the ball from here, but at least he still gets it over the defender. When we watch Keon Coleman, anybody in the chat, Eric Alley, are you still in here? Where we watched Keon Coleman, and Keon is constantly setting up bread baskets out here for Jordan Travis, and then Jordan Travis lays the ball on this side of Keon, and there's just no chance that he's going to go get that ball. So then his contested catch numbers look terrible. Just watch any Marvin Harrison tape, and if you're begging me, I'll show it to you. But like, when you watch Marvin Harrison tape, you will see Kyle McCord leave balls on the wrong side of defensive backs all the time. It's more to say that when I think about like Caleb Williams' accuracy, because somebody was asking about that earlier, I got to be real with you. Sometimes Caleb's not as accurate as meets the eye. Sometimes Caleb gets throws off that nobody else can. Sometimes Brandon Rice, Taj Washington, and some of the other receivers that he played with just didn't play that well. I mean, if you go back and you watch the Miller Moss game that everybody has talked to death, those receivers, I swear to you, play better than the USC receivers did pretty much all year long. And I can't tell you that that's a Louisville thing. I can't tell you that that's USC. Just go watch that game and tell me those freshman receivers weren't balling out, because I felt like Miller left the ball or underthrown. He didn't overthrow it. It's hard to overthrow it and catch it. But like, the receivers had to make all kinds of adjustments on a whole bunch of Miller's balls. But wide receivers did a lot of work there, because that's the thing, 4P. Quarterbacks are overrated and wide receivers carry. Look, the way we talk about quarterbacks, so, yeah, kind of. Like, can we all take a breath and agree with that? Quarterbacks are really important. When you can upgrade at the quarterback position, I think you should take that chance, especially when you can reset your foundation for the next 4 years. But really good wide receivers make quarterbacks look better. I think we know that. I mean, Tyreek Hill generates so much separation and catches the ball so well that he takes Tua from a pretty good quarterback to a statistically outstanding quarterback, right? You take Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow looked like a pretty good quarterback. You add Jamar Chase plus T. Higgins, he becomes considered a top 5, top 3 quarterback in the league. Like, it's JK, I would tell you, because you mentioned elite just covers up mistakes. I would tell you, in my opinion, JK, that a wide receiver stretches the band of what good enough is, because a really good wide receiver means that fine can be good enough. This is a fine ball, right? Can we agree with that? I mean, you may not agree. I think this ball is fine. It's not an easy throw, but it is underthrown enough that if we don't separate like we did, then the DB could easily get back into the play, right? But Keenan Allen separates enough and comes back and adjusts well and makes a catch for it that he ends up creating. The box score is going to say 35-yard gain, which is what we all want, don't we? We all want big, sweet. It's actually a 28-yard gain. Oh, big difference, right? But it's a big chunk play, because we're able to separate enough that we create some room for error. And boy, we have to throw this under some serious pressure too. Goodness, Herbert. Man in our kitchen. Trajectory is so pretty. Big plays. Keenan's already made 2 or 3 plays on this drive. And again, it's a huge drive. In the world of trying to win this game, this is a big, big drive. I'm also really impressed, legitimately, with, because it's really easy for somebody in my position with 5,600 people watching me, most of them on Twitter, to tell you that Keenan Allen's amazing. And I think Keenan Allen's pretty outstanding. I mean, the subtlety in the way that he runs his routes, the confidence in the way that he runs them, and the consistency that you see there is hard to find. But I think the most impressive part is that I would have expected a 31-year-old wide receiver to take more snaps off. He doesn't. I mean, sometimes you could say that he does this, right? Where he's just going to come off the line and basically stand still. But I would have expected Keenan to have like a 65% snap rate. And instead he plays closer to 85% of snaps. It's pretty wild how rarely Keenan Allen comes out of the game, which really impresses me. I think they run it again here. No, they don't. They're going to pass it. Gerald Everett doesn't separate. Herbert pushed the ball high enough to beat Jack Campbell, but also high enough to beat his receiver. Do we have any Bengals fans in the chat? Because I think 4th and 1. Keenan's going to come out here. Quick ball to the flat. Or do we get in? What do they say? 4th and 1 at the goal line. Do we get stuffed? I think we might get stuffed. No, we got it. Okay, they gave it to us. Big drive. Really big drive. All right. Not going to make this a whole thing. Yeah, it's a gift grant. I think so. So, let's see. Comes across. Nice. And not too crazy. JK, I sure hope they're fun. Wouldn't it be nice if they weren't like a toxic mess? Man, they bracket the heck out of him here. What is this? We look like, feels like a cover 1 look. And we're going to just sit him right here. Going to play like this lurk rat spot. Let's see, do they play man to that side? Yeah, it's man. What are we running, a whip route up top with the tight end? Seems that way. Nobody really separates. Bummer. Oh, man. No, Quentin separates. This play is a heartbreaker. Do we remember this one? This was around that time when everybody was like, how could Herbert play well with receivers that do this? It's not an easy throw to catch. But if Quentin holds this in, he probably scores. Sheesh. NFL margin for error, am I right? Just going to whip that ball to space. Full extension. It's a tough catch. It really is a hard catch. But goodness, if we hang on to that, we're gone. I think we still get a defensive holding, though. It's a seed. It's a little off. It's just a smidge off, JK. But it's a tough catch. If your guy catches it, though, whew, what a play. And hey, by targeting him, you help emphasize the defensive holding. The spin on that thing is nasty, ain't it? To me, this is the formation that I imagine the Bears are going to imitate pretty often. Not explicitly, right? because they're obviously going to do a little bit of a shift up at the front of this. But I would anticipate that 3x1 sets or 2x1 where you end up with a tight end over here, maybe 2x2, like where you'd have DJ. The point is, I would expect you to see DJ and Keenan on the same side of the field pretty often, with 2 right here and 13 right here. Because Keenan, when he's off the line and near the quarterback, is a problem. The very least, that's where Herbert likes to, or seems to like him. And when he lines up in spaces like this, I expect the defense to pay extra attention to 13 because this is where he's been killing him. Now, we could make some big argument about how they're both staring at Keenan Allen. I don't know if this is just the way that their cover 3 is bracketed out. It easily could be, but it's going to be the check down here, or not the, I don't know if you'd call him the check down, but he's going to see zone. He's going to turn around for the ball. Herbert does a nice job of getting it to him. Keenan Allen is not literally going to get the ball on every play, right? Obviously. But it is interesting to me to see after that first half where Keenan seemed to slice and dice the Detroit defense, that now you get some guys underneath and on the backside of what he's doing that are now starting to leak open, in part, not explicitly, but in part because of the damage that number 13 has done to them throughout the course of a game. When I say Herbert, like T-Law, struggles with touch layered passes, I don't know. I can't say I've watched Herbert so much that I can tell you outright. I think that Herbert has a gun like you just don't see often, really. Like, he's got a rifle attached to his arm, and that means to me he struggles more than anything with getting his speed correct, because he wants to throw it harder than I think most humans can catch it, and that happens often. But every once in a while, he's got to figure out how to take a little more air off the ball, or in cases like this, guys just make plays. But because this isn't a great example as we sort of move through the film. That's really pretty on the other side of his shoulder. Placement solid. Give your guy a shot to go make a play. 1-on-1 deep. Nothing wrong with that. But I do think, especially as a rookie, but you still see it here on the tapes that I've watched, Herbert will occasionally throw a ball so hard it looks like he's trying to blow his receiver's gloves off. But happens. I mean, that's just part of who Herbert is. Ooh, this would be dangerous if I was the Lions. They send a blitz. He's wide open. I mean, you had to know, right? Because the moment you motion like this, you pull Keenan across the formation. Clearly, nobody follows him. Now we've got a plain Jane 3-on-2, right? We're even going to adjust Quentin Johnston so that we can pull out some more space. And I mean, the moment you get this look right here, obviously one of these guys is going to pop free, don't you think? Boy. And it couldn't really be much easier. I guess you'd just call this like, it's not quite double slants because it's really shallow. And then this one's a little deeper. But literally nobody covers Keenan Allen. And he's going to catch that. Go convert you the first down. This is kind of stuff that I would expect Waldron to do a little bit of. And he could do it with either DJ Moore or Keenan Allen. If there is one part that I think is really fun about having a guy like DJ Moore and a guy like Keenan Allen on the same team, if you've been in this stream for a little bit, then you've probably noticed at this point that Keenan Allen is their motion man the overwhelming majority of the time. Keenan Allen is the focal point of the Los Angeles Chargers offense. And the Bears have this opportunity to take DJ Moore, who was the focal point of the Bears' entire offense last year, and they can motion DJ Moore to this side of the field and then have Keenan Allen be the primary read on the same play. I mean, you can use these guys as decoys for each other, or you can motion DJ Moore onto this side of the field, and then, of course, DJ Moore is the primary read. Why wouldn't he be? Or something like that, because you got all the you've got all the opportunity to do that. Such a sweet player. Love his energy on the field, too. I mean, you can feel the leader vibes. 31 years old. We're still stoked for every first down we get. Give me just 1 second. More or less Dynasty. We're just watching tape. I think so too, JK. Let's see. You would think they don't make him a priority for the defense. Well, so other defenses do, I guess, just a different job of trying to play him. The Lions play so much man and then a lot of cover three that the Chargers have a great day attacking underneath within the cover three schemes and then getting one on one in man situations and letting him run a bunch of option routes, right? It's, I don't want to say it's an Achilles heel for the Lions defense, but it's a similar reason to why DJ Moore was so effective against them, doing a lot of the same stuff. I mean, looks like this would be really, really good. And also look at him save this play. You get a one-on-one scenario with somebody driving down and man free like this, you're thinking you're going to get cover one because this sure looks like man across the formation with somebody diving back. Let's see, do they honor it? Yeah, it's man across the board. Let's see, linebackers over here. Yeah, okay. So 21 just 21 is in man, but he's just nowhere close. Let's see, what kind of release does Keenan run? I guess he gives him a little bit of a skip step, but nothing wild. Just ducks behind the linebacker. Herbert pumps the ball into the throwing lane. I'm right there with you, Grant. You mentioned Wild. He turns down that wheel. One-on-one against the driving linebacker. Like, Herbert must not think that Eckler has the gas to get there, because this sure looks to me like if that's his first read, and it doesn't look like it is, just taking a look at what they're trying to run is mesh. I've paid really no attention to concepts this game. Yeah, it looks like it's mesh, where you're going to get him sitting. He basically just runs into a double team, but it sure looks like we're talking about mesh right here. It's a terrible drawing. But so, yeah, because then you've got the rail over on this side of the ball. So mesh, world's most basic play. If you are a Bears fan, you have seen this thing get drawn up left, right, and center. And what do they do? Just have Quentin Johnson get out of the way. Yeah, seems like it. Third down and 3. So a lot of times this thing gets used on third and short or medium. And the man defense that the Lions are running just swallow everybody but Keenan Allen. And like Brandon's saying in the chat, the defensive download, these juke routes that he runs, clearly 21 is expecting something else. And so, or he gives him way too much cushion. Keenan's able to get into a throwing lane, but then ain't it nice to see a guy rescue the occasional bad throw? Herbert pumps a ball to him, but let me see if I can get you. Yeah, this view really works for it. Rip. We love that. Good catch on a ball behind. Keeps just enough forward momentum. Gets a first down. We like it. RB absolutely looks like he's a first read. He turns it down. Couldn't tell you why. But we don't know how they're coaching it. And we're never going to. Plus, Herbert seems like he wants to work the mesh point. Again, no idea if they've talked about this and they've said if you get cover one, make sure that you check Keenan Allen coming over the mesh. Obviously, it's possible. I mean, he trusts Keenan practically with the guy's life, but no idea. Right? He's using it as a look off and never actually looks for real. Seems like it, Grant. Oh, man. Did we score? Oh, gosh. So I would need to, let's see. I would need to pull the tape, but I have seen it before. If you want to see a similar throw to this, Drake May makes one in against Georgia Tech just this last year. Drake makes it on the other side, but here the Lions drop into cover 3. We're just running 15 up the seam, and that is a tight window to fit this ball into. But he fits it for the score. Whew, that is nice. Yeah, Herbert's going to start there. Everybody loves the fake screen. You see it all the time. Pump. Throw up the seam. Is JPJ still an option? I have no idea. Let's see. The Bears video of Allen calling out. Let me see. I don't know if I've seen this video, John, but I want to. Am I high on the offensive line, that guy? I mean, I think the offensive line looks solid for the Bears. I'm never going to go too much higher than that because they don't have the juice on their offensive line to be, I mean, not just the pedigree, but as far as the players that we've seen, like if let's say it's Ryan Bates that starts or something like that, if you get an offensive line of Braxton Jones, then Tevin Jenkins, Ryan Bates, Nate Davis, and Darnell Wright, best case scenario, they might be pretty good. But we really never get the best case scenario when you're talking about 5 offensive linemen, three of which are big dice rolls, right? Like with Tevin Jenkins, it's a matter of is he healthy? With Nate Davis, he needs to bounce back. With Ryan Bates, he hasn't played full-time center, I don't think ever. He's played some reserve center, but I don't think he's played full-time center. Played much more guard. So that's 3 question marks on the offensive line. It wouldn't surprise me if the Bears try to add a rookie. Maybe they play Coleman Shelton. Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if there will be some kind of competition between Bates and Shelton. But, and I'm with you, that guy. I hope we have an average center. But I don't know if you can really project any better than pretty okay. Because they do seem like between depth that they have in the offensive line room and at least the best guys that they have on their offensive line, that they'll be better than some of the really bad units in the NFL. But God forbid they take a couple of injuries. That could all fall apart pretty quickly. The hope, John, is that he is average. I also just don't think a rookie is going to get drafted and slot in and do an amazing job, right? I just doubt it. I feel like we always want the rookie offensive lineman, especially at center, to slot in and play amazing ball. Happens sometimes, but it's an exception more to the rule, I think. Much better to get used to rookies that aren't going to do much for you. Man, Tyler Guyton. It's a name I haven't heard in a little bit. 3rd and 5. We'll bring Helen across the formation. Ooh, a little bit of Herbert running the ball. Shelton can snap the ball consistently. Ooh, man. You know, that immediately makes him a plus player in Chicago compared to what they've been dealing with. Good job by the Lions. Way to go, Herbert, for making a play. They swallowed it all. They blitzing too. Yep. Telling you, these tapes are long. Let's see. What's funny is that we would rather see, or is this more like what we would say with May over Williams? 100%. This is like the Drake May tease tape. This is much less Caleb Williams than Drake May. Now, can May live up to that? That's awfully high billing, don't you think? Let's see. Do I think stunts become pass offable this year? Stunts are never that easy, but you would sure hope that the Bears can pass off a stunt at once in a blue moon this next year. No Keenan Allen means we very quickly look through this. Looks like Keenan's finally getting some rest for one reason or another. The Bears really have had adventures in not being able to pass off nearly any stunt, right? Sean, I think it's a fair comp. I think so. It's fair, but it's complicated. I don't know. I mean, talking about May and Herbert could be its own whole thing, but he's got a lot of work to do before he hits that point. I think that Herbert has feel question or not Herbert. I think May has feel questions that I'd love to see him answer, but I'd rather be looking at a tape while talking about it, just because I haven't watched May in a little bit. The whole quarterback controversy in Chicago, quarterback controversy, conversation, etc. It sidelined me for a little bit. I'm not gonna lie about it. Like, we had some fun things that we could talk about from a free agency perspective and some tapes that we could watch and go through those, but it definitely became okay, well, maybe we could watch a little bit of this, but for a little bit we just, or at least in my opinion, it was better for me to just wait the whole thing out, right? Now we get to watch more and project what this team's going to look like, which I think matters. Let's see, May or Jaden. Personally, I would I would take Drake May, but if you prefer Jaden Williams, you just have to figure out how to keep him from. You basically have to, I think, help him become a little bit better pocket passer. He can do a lot of things from the pocket, and I do like his release. I think there's things that Jaden Daniels has that could easily make him successful at the NFL level. I'm just surprised at when he's pressured how rarely he throws the ball rather than trying to run the ball. And I do think that running becomes almost a non-renewable resource at the NFL level. It's just my opinion that the more you run, the shorter your career is. And at quarterback, I think that can really harm you. But everybody's going to have their own opinion, especially at a position that is constantly reinventing itself and a game that's constantly reinventing itself. You could call it cyclical. You could call it a pendulum. You could do whatever you want. But I think everybody's going to end up with a different opinion there. Do you want the guy who's going to stand in the pocket, classic 6'4", 230 pocket general type with a little bit of running too? Because he talks ball and runs a lot as well, right? Or do you want to chase that Lamar that we've only really seen one of at this point? At least one that's successful. It's your call. I think that Jaden's got a lot of issues that data bears out, but I really don't want to be some negative Nancy telling you about why a player is bad. It's really exciting for Jaden that he goes from 4 years of starting at Arizona State, being fine, to LSU, plays with 2 top 20 receivers, and now he might be drafted in top 5. It's a ton of money. It's family, life-changing money. Like, it's wild. I don't want to take anything away from him in that. I would just worry if he was my team's target. Frankly, it's where it's a blessing that the Bears have number 1 and not, say, number 3, where you could tell yourself that maybe, just maybe, you have a quarterback, but maybe, just maybe, you don't. That's what I see, Sean. But I've been saying that for long enough that sometimes I feel like a broken record, right? Because a whole bunch of people talk about seeing Pat. I think they move similarly. But as far as actual play style, the risks that he takes on the field, the plays that he likes to attack and try to go for, I see a lot more Rodgers. It's just me, though. Did we get in? No kidding, Derek, right? Getting compared to Patrick Mahomes is like, hey, that's a nice thing to say, but hell of a bar to live up to. And he doesn't take sacks either. Okay, 3rd and 1. We're stood up at the goal line. Keenan hasn't been in the game all series. Got this one off. You can nearly feel it. Let's see. 4th and 1. Does he... 4th and 1. Is he back in the field? No, he's not. Oh, there's a break. What's a flag? Forgive me for just snapping through it. We don't really care about what specifically happened in this Chargers game. We cool with the looser stream? I feel like this is fine. It's Tuesday in March, right? Breezing through some tape, getting a feel for things more so than being incredibly specific. I don't personally care. As long as you're having fun, I'm having fun. 6,000 viewers per Twitter. I have no idea if that's a live update or I have a feeling it's not. I have a feeling it's people checking in, coming out. But it's still a fun number to see in the Stream Deck thing. That's sweet. It would be weird if he wasn't hurt just because of how often he's involved in this offense, John. And then coming out for an entire series tells me that he had something going on. But that's just me. Or that's my read on it. We would have to do more research, and I'm just not going to do that. Not for this. 38-31. And he's back. There's Keenan. I'm sure there will be a little bit of Brisker, right, John? Where just as he gets older, he goes down. He's back in. He goes down a little bit. He's back in. Trip on the first series back. Check down. We take it. So, Sean, I agree with you that the Bears quarterback will have no excuses. But I also think that there has to be a rookie learning curve. I would love for there not to be. Hey, if Caleb exceeds some basic rookie expectations, great. And if he fails them, I don't think you have to immediately declare him some massive bust, depending on what the context looks like. But I'm with you that I don't want to do the usual, well, the team is awful, so throwing for 2,400 yards over 16 games is totally fine because the team was awful. I mean, what were they supposed to do when Keenan Allen went down? And is DJ Moore really even that good anyways? No, I don't want to do that. Like, there are limits to the grace we can give and what evaluation is. But I just think grandiose statements like no excuse. It's not a critique. It's just me giving my opinion, I guess. But grandiose statements like no excuses or this or like this is what I expect of him or he has to do blank. You can have that take if you'd like. But I personally don't think that it's going to be easy with a rookie quarterback, especially one that is going to involve some translation. I mean, every rookie is, right? That's part of why rookie seasons are so messy. CJ level play or bust. Man, Jay Sanders, CJ level play, if we're talking numbers, is 4,500 yards a season or in that first season, which is pretty insane. I mean, if I'm setting the bar personally, I think it's at closer to 3,600 yards throwing with like 400 yards running. So a 4,000 yard total season across 17 games. If he can break the record set by Kramer, I'd love that. But I'm not dying to see him break it as a rookie, or at least I'm not asking him to. I guess that's the difference, right, Jay Sanders? It's the difference between expecting and hoping. I'm expecting him to play capably. I'm expecting him to lose the Bears less games than he wins the Bears, even if that's a tight number. But I'm hoping that he ends up, especially down the backstretch of the season, really coming into his own. But we'll get there when we get there. Running a whole bunch of screens. Let's see what we've got. 3rd and 1. Big down. Coming in motion. Detroit in man. Option route takes too long. Find our guy underneath. Oh, no. This sets up 3rd and 1. Nice. Keenan clears some space. We hit the backside guy. I would love to see the Bears get more drags and crossers into their offense, but that takes a quarterback that can navigate the pocket and throw past the defensive line, which is its own skill set. That I remember hearing somebody write about that with Caleb in particular, and it made me remember that this was an area that Justin was not very good at. Right? Think about all the batted balls and headshots that we saw from Caleb, or that we saw from Justin throughout his career, throwing it through the defensive linemen when these guys are 6'5", 6'6", in some cases, obviously long as hell, is its own complicated skill set. 3rd and 1, and we've been money on 4th down. We've not been good on 3rd down. Will Caleb or whoever get a single roughing the passer penalty is the real question. If I had to honestly tell you my opinion, I think yeah. I think Caleb Williams, quote unquote, Caleb Williams, the franchise quarterback, is somebody that I think the league will want to protect. 4th and 1. Oh man. Yeah, okay. That's one way to tie the game. The Lions must win it after that because this is the last play of the tape. But what a last play of the tape. 4th and 1. Keenan Allen just turns the corner. Hard to have a more basic combination. Like, it's funny because Mark Yanuel asks, what concept was that touchdown pass? Well, I'll tell you what, I haven't seen a whole lot of concepts that are as simple as one guy turns here and then it's one man running a corner route. Maybe it's a corner route, or maybe it is a true to form option route. I know we're not seeing the standard option step that I've come to expect from somebody like Keenan Allen, but with this being a rollout, again, maybe it's just a rollout, pop over the top, like with a corner route. Could be, but he's just turning, and then we've got one in the flat, one in the corner. I guess it's smash-like in its own way, sail-ish, but either way, Allen does a good job of making sure he's in space. Breaks in. There you go. Really all over the game, especially after the first couple of incompletions. You see nearly no incompletions in Keenan Allen's direction. He and Herbert have a real heck of a connection. It's fun football to watch. And it's even more fun that they do it against the Detroit Lions. I haven't seen the Minnesota game. I know he gets 20 targets and 18 catches in that. I was watching through a little bit of the Packers game, but I haven't seen anything particularly salacious in that one. But we can take a look at it and see. Let's see. It's kind of like I don't know about a bootleg option, a fake bootleg option screen. It's a lot of words, Sean. Because it looks like the tight end sits just in case nobody covers him. And if nobody covers him and they all sink for Keenan Allen, then you've got an easy first down. Seems like what the play call's probably trying to achieve. But I'm no student of the Chargers offense, and I'm not trying to be. So sort of think what you like. Chicago Fanatic wants the Packers game, so we'll do the Packers game. How's Allen as a blocker? Fine. It's so funny because in the NFL, you have your good blockers, and then you have everybody else, and then you have Chase Claypool. And he's definitely in the everybody else category. Here's just split out. We're running that same curl that we ran effectively at the early part of the game in Detroit. He does it here too because he just does it a lot, right? Get up the field, sell the slot fade, snap it down. It's at the point where the defensive back is sitting on it. He's ready to drive. 37 keeps his eyes on Herbert. Kudos to him for being able to do that, man. Yeah, way to play with good eyes here. Body pointed this way, eyes pointed back the other. Gets down. Nearly makes a play on it. Little too much separation. Helps when your quarterback can throw the fastball. Shoo. I don't know, John. Like you mentioned safety category of Conti, but it's funny. I thought you were going to go with the center category. Like the Lucas Patrick, Cody Whitehair, and then Dan Feeney comes in and Feeney rockets the ball over his own quarterback's head a couple times. Like it's it's wild the different ways that the Bears really can set extraordinary floors at different position. So Chicago Fanatic mentions a play where Keenan Allen has the ball go through his hands off of a laser, and I think it's this one where somehow the football reaches Keenan Allen, I think, and he drops it, but it may be later in the game where you see the Chargers attempt to attack a couple of these zones, and Herbert will just throw with near reckless abandon. I'm not surprised, new poster, if only because it was going to happen eventually. Man, brutal. 89 gets open for us. Saw this enough in a Chargers uniform. It does not hurt me. I mean, I guess it depends on your attitude. But for me, it's nice to know that the Bears' offensive line isn't the only one that gets smoked by the Packers' D line. This Packers D line has some playmakers on it. And it looks like, and Preston Smith does a nice job here of getting in the way. But you'd think Herbert's ball was catchable. Oh, well. He's a fun player to watch, Sean. Oh, this view's even worse. Boom. Drops are tough. Especially at the NFL level. I don't know. That ball's coming in like a missile. It's not easy to catch. But when you're able to watch these things in slow motion and whatnot, it feels like a play you got to make. Obviously, you should. Any coach would tell you that. But I'm a guy on the internet. Somebody was asking earlier, how is Allen as a blocker? Well, here's Allen catching one of the lead blocks against a defensive back. Defensive back wins a point of contact. He'll put his nose in it, but he's not going to win as a blocker more often than not. And if he is, it's not going to be in these man-on-man collisions. Big wide base as he's just stepping into the area, then doesn't get his feet set quite enough. Oh, well. I think this was closer to, this is like late November. So if you wanted to go this route, you could say that Keenan's slowing down, but it's just not going to surprise anybody that if you're talking about an older player, you're expecting to get more out of him in September and October than you do November and December. Football's a long game. Maybe they would rest Keenan a little more if they thought they were going to make the playoffs. I couldn't tell you. He's definitely putting his nose in, Mark. I mean, style points don't totally matter when it comes to blocking. So I could see it that way. What is this, a little GT? Who's 25? Bummer. Now he does a good job on the backside. Way to pursue. Yeah, Van Ness. Two by two. Slant. Feel like we're going to see a lot of this. This is where my own knowledge hits a big old gap, right? Because I would tell you if I knew what the Packers generally do out of this alignment. I don't. I haven't studied them near well enough. But you get Quay Walker, number 7, a linebacker, sitting over the top of Keenan Allen. And I have to imagine that Keenan's thinking that he's going into some kind of zone, or at least that they're not going to put him in man coverage on Keenan Allen. But all the same, it looks like Quay tries to get his hands on Allen. Allen survives the jam, gets to space, and nice move to protect himself afterwards. I mean, it's a simple part of the game, but it's one that I think keeps a lot of guys' careers. I mean, it extends your career length. It's a better way to put that, right? Taking that strong step forward up the field keeps you from taking some massive hit from a safety that's driving down on you, while also letting you get a couple extra yards while you're at it. Might just be trying to get away from 59. Okay. At this point, we're watching live. I haven't seen most of this yet. It's like he's just going to try to tuck underneath the linebacker, shuffle inwards. Herbert will use his legs while he's at it. Let's see, what is this? On the backside, I could see... I don't know what they'd call this. Mark, what coverage do you think this is? Because it sure looks like he's playing center field. So I could easily see 3. Probably is 3 to some extent. But it's on what? Because it sure looks like over 1. That's a good point. 25's playing man over here. Lord. Especially when guys run vertical stems. My eyes just keep telling me cover 3. It does make me feel like a doofus whenever then I talk to somebody who knows more than I do, and they're all like, and they just mention, yeah, it's man. It's like, oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, Fanatic, he's got a little bit of gas. He being Herbert in this case. You mentioned sneaky speed. That athleticism helps a lot, especially when you're a younger quarterback. I mean, just opens up some avenues, right? Maybe not going to do that when you're 30, but when you're younger than that, oh yeah. You'll go pick up 7 yards that way. This one's just wild to watch. Nothing too nuts other than Eckler getting what you'd think would be a touchdown, right? Look at that breakaway run. You just don't get all that many of them. But he gets caught pretty easily. Not every running back's going to have home run speed, but you can see the way that his speed has changed. Right, Grant? This was not sneaky nor speedy. Oh, Haplo, 100%. Now, I'm interested more than I think some are in what Shane Waldron might try to do with Velus, but also Shane had no say in the Velus Jones pick and might simply throw him out. I could see either. Anything would make sense. Keenan's not doing near as much in this game, at least so far. But here he is in that slot position. This is where he eats. We'll do something else. Let's see what we got here. Looks like cover 4. Wonder what Herbert's reading. Let's see. Velus is 27. Sheesh. I'd forgotten about that. You're right. If he's drafted at 24, then Probably is going on 27. Boy, oh boy. That is an old rookie, or at least an old guy on his rookie deal. Cole Kmet, 2 years younger than Velus Jones, is not what I expected. Oh. Keenan, did we drop this? Bummer. Can't pull down the double catch. We need it. Or in the Velus window. I love that new poster. Herbert's ability to drive the ball off of a base, but a compact base, is pretty wild. Feet set for that corner route, just flick it to the flat anyways. Gotta haul that in. That's one of those red zone drops that somebody mentioned. I guess Herbert didn't like him getting around the linebacker. And hey, 59 played it pretty well. Man. Which Packer does this? Is that 94? Good run. Or good rush. Is that Carl Brooks? That's Brooks, isn't it? It is. Yep. The Packers had a great draft last season. Brooks did this all throughout his time at Bowling Green. I didn't think he'd be able to do it. He tested really terribly and did not look particularly athletic. But his ability, especially as the season came along, to leverage his hand usage and make plays like this, beat the hands, beat the man kind of thing, he might be nasty, which I'm not a fan of. Nobody needs that. Thank you so much, Censored. Appreciate you. Better not, Thee. Better not. They're going to get this one right. The silent count hand wave. Oh, I see you. Snap jump. He doesn't seem to get up too much earlier. It's just a nice, strong outside move. John, I'm more worried about Van Ness in future seasons. It's just me, but Van Ness in particular. He's so physically talented that he was somebody that I thought was going to take some time. Hopefully it never materializes, but I don't know. I also struggle to cheer against drafted players, even when they are Packers, if only because I put in the work to evaluate them. I know what I ultimately think I want to see. RV, thanks so much for subscribing. I appreciate you. Oh man, I'm gonna have to change that. Now neither Mooney nor Justin is a bear. That's tough to see. Jack, we talked all about number 9 at the top of the show. I'll see if I can't punch through this game and then we'll close up shop. Might be a shorter stream than usual, but if I could be honest, it's been a wild and exhausting week, and I could use a little bit of rest, as I'm sure you could too. We can save some meat on the bone for other streams, especially with how long some of these things go. Appreciate you guys' patience. DJ Bunny Hop works. Let's see. No, I appreciate it, John. Somebody's got to root against the Packers. Everybody's got to root against the Packers. It's a weird quirk of doing draft analysis. I don't know what day I mentioned it was, JK, but if I hope I didn't say something else, because if I did, that ain't great. That's embarrassing. For anybody joining wondering where's the Keenan Allen stuff, we're watching him. It's just that when he's not going to do anything specific, I don't need to freak out about it. We're basically scanning through looking for plays. And yeah, Alan, we talked about our new poster. We talked about that last game, where Keenan's physicality at his age is something I think is really impressive for what he does, and it's what he needs, right? Oh, JK, I'm even thinking back to the Allen trade, right? The weird part when you work in, I don't work in content. It's just something I do on the side for anybody who did not know that, right? But so it's in this case, it's a long week circa last Thursday, the Keenan Allen trade. I mean, what a weekend, right? So Allen will go get his nose in a block. He's not going to lock you up, but he'll push you to the wrong shoulder of the play. That works. Right, Sean? I mean, so Sean, I'll be honest, because I think that that's a very common sentiment of I want the Packers to be really good so that when we beat them, we'll know we beat a really good team. You know, the day that the Bears start winning those games, yeah, sure. I can get there, but the we're not there yet. Let me rephrase that. That was a terrible way of saying it. The day that the Bears start winning games against the Packers, then I hope that the Packers are better so that beating the Packers feels that much sweeter. But up until the moment that they actually beat the Packers with any consistency, I hope that the Packers are not very good because I will take the win over a quality loss under any circumstances. No more Week 18s. Please. Definitely no 2023 Week 1s if I got to choose. And if that means that the Packers need to be bad so that they're easy to step over, I got no problem with that. Joe asks, random question, don't want to derail. How do I feel about Brock Bowers? Really good player, special mover, fun player to watch on his Georgia tape, takes over games, plays a tight end position that I think just makes him a quirky draft. Could you take him? Could you take him relatively high? You can, but there are so many sweet players up higher in the draft that I think have more on-field value than a guy like Brock Bowers, but that's just my opinion, especially when you do have Cole Kmet on the roster. It's not that you can't play both. It's not that Gerald Everett is keeping you from drafting Brock Bowers, but I do think Brock Bowers becomes a little tougher to fit in than number 9 as a wide receiver 3 or the gaping hole that you have at edge. And it just feels to me like there aren't quite enough drivers in the Bears' favor to draft Bowers, so I haven't paid too much attention to him. But so let's see. World's most basic pattern. You see this all the time. Just a post across the middle of the field, and then it's not like a post go. It's really just in and then out. I'm sure there's a better name for this route than this. It's just a big corner, right? And yeah, Mark, we've watched a little bit of Caleb All-22. I think he's got a whole lot of talent. I think he's definitely got room to grow. He's got feel for the game that I think is really hard to teach, but there's no such thing as a perfect prospect, and especially down the back stretch of Caleb's year, I think that he got away from a lot of fundamental football, and it made his tape look even more frenetic and haywire than it was. The best thing that you could say about Caleb Williams, and I really mean this, is that there's 3 years of tape, and a lot of it is really, really good, as opposed to 1 year of tape or something like that. I mean, he started many games as a freshman. Obviously, all his games, I think, as a sophomore. And then as a junior, he started plenty of games too. I think that kind of experience does matter. I mean, it's a similar vibe, not the same, but a similar vibe and a feather in the cap of a guy like Tyson Bagent, where you say you've thrown a billion. You've thrown a billion passes in college, et cetera, et cetera. But let me see. John, I did not see that, and I find that really interesting. I don't know if I agree that Bowers is a fullback, but that's mostly just because I think that the moment that you tab a guy like him, a fullback as opposed to a tight end, you get into a really negative space of how you'd use him. Like, to me, if you called him a generational fullback, draft position wise, I don't know where that would put him on the board, but that would really freak me out if I was Brock. I'd be like, I am going to go in the first round, right? And I think he's going to play tight end in the process. Routes like these are where I think Keenan Allen will continue to get used, where there's probably play action, right? Under center, world's most basic play action shot ever, where Allen's speed doesn't need to be wicked because, frankly, you're not trying to push towards the sidelines too fast. Herbert getting murdered, Ben? That's just a basic play for the Chargers, apparently. He's just getting rocked left, right, and center. Preston Smith wins again. And yeah, Quentin Johnston, he creates some space. If we're able to push the ball a little further, we might have something here. Just because it looks to me like Quentin gets the corner. Feels that way, John. So here's my question, John. If Herbert's the new Luck, can there be two Lucks? Or does that mean that theoretically Herbert is wearing all of the burden of being the guy that doesn't get enough support so that somebody else can get enough support? I'd love that. Oh, look, it's Jonathan Owens missing a tackle. Don't forget, this is Jonathan Owens tape. Here he is covering that tight end corner route. Sort of a seam. It's a corner. Herbert gets him the ball right as he needs to be. Allen's stick creates all kinds of space. What are they running here? What's Eckler doing? Eckler almost... I wonder if Eckler is running a Texas route with a side adjust on it. Just because that would make an awful lot of sense. That you go corner, out, then angle right there. That you could sit down if you think that they're playing zone. Because then you just pepper him and he rolls up field and tries to get the first down. But the design totally works against the single coverage that they've got on. And then over here, the chip that he puts, or that the receiver naturally deploys also gets Quentin wide open. There's your Packers defensive bust. Sweet D-line. There's a reason they made the decision that they did on defensive coordinator. I hope so, John. I hope he wears that burden. Bowers could be your answer to McKinney. Your other answer to McKinney could simply be ignoring him. If I learned anything with Eddie Jackson, it's that a good safety, a really good safety, you can get away from, defensive game plan wise. Let's see, how do I feel about Brendan Rice, potentially drafting him in a later round? Fine, but if he's the answer, that would disappoint me, personally. I'm not trying to hate on Brendan Rice, but I think that because he played with Caleb and because his last name is Rice, he ends up with a better perspective on who he is as a player. I think that this is a loaded wide receiver class and that there's all kinds of other wide receiver answers that aren't Brendan Rice, but if they really think they need an X receiver that badly, and they get to the third, fourth round and don't have one, I get it. I may not love it, but I get it. There's the first yawn of the night. I will tell you, much as I love what we've seen from Keenan in the Detroit game, in this game it does feel like he is still smooth, but maybe a step slower than he has been. Feels like everybody else is pulling a little bit more weight, which is not implicitly a bad thing. Just makes you wonder, how's Keenan going to hold up as the season really progresses? And we'll see. But maybe that's why you do want a wide receiver relatively high in the draft after all. That you think Keenan's going to get you a whole bunch of games early in the season, but that maybe he's got a cap, so to speak. Okay, 3 seconds left in the... Okay, so they call that out. 10-10. We take a knee. We go to the second half. JK, I couldn't tell you. I really couldn't. He asked, how do I think the cold will affect Keenan Allen? I don't know. Curl with a corner. Good job to get into space. This stuff probably won't go away. And I mean, the Packers run a lot more zone. More zone. We did see man earlier. So plays like this, where Keenan turns around, works back in front of the corner that he knows is dropping, or that he knows is getting depth, so that he can catch the ball, turn upfield, try to go get a first down. That's helpful. Don't just sit in your space. Get to space. I think he'll have an easier time playing with DJ Sean, but he may fade. He may fade into a more specialized role as the season wears on. Is at least what comes to my mind. But we're watching a second tape. He's got plenty more game left in him, and if he does take over, so to speak, then that May change our minds. We'll see. Because the first half was not too much doing. Get it, Austin? Yeah, he's new poster exactly. He's got as much yak as you could expect from a 31-year-old, which is to say, if a linebacker's coming after him, maybe he can beat him on an angle, but he's not going to get a ton. Really skilled at getting open, natural in the process, but definitely not, I don't know, DJ Moore. Basically touch football. That's definitely one way to put it. Oh, shoot. Look at Kellen Moore calling the triple option that we see USC run all the time. And honestly, go get it, Keenan Allen, getting out there and driving the player out of the play. I mean, again, it's just sticking your head in it at this point. Oh, just be a body in the way. And then Quentin Johnston. I gotta play with some space. Tony, it feels about that way. Were you PPR? Because if you had Keenan Allen in a PPR league, I bet he was a straight up nightmare. Just a true nightmare. Ooh. Now, again, don't let me sound the alarm on a player that's playing. I mean, you can't see the date, so I'll pull the file down here. But like, we're talking about late November. So I don't know when the Chargers bye was. Somebody else can look this up, but we may be looking at a tired player playing tired, or maybe it's just a corner making a play. You tell me. But we saw Keenan shake a similar Detroit defender here with a move just like that. Here, he gets a little space over the top, but by the time the ball comes in, we're not wildly separated. Thing ends up incomplete. Does that mean that now Keenan's bad? No, that's not what we're going for. It's more to say that this might be where that specialist thing we talked about comes a little more into play, as opposed to being an all down the field threat or an all level threat up and down the field. But I'll always let you make the decision. That's why we just show the tape. Keenan says that he had a foot injury right around this time of the year. Here, let me check Keenan's stats really quickly, just because I want to remember when this happened in the season. Lens stats. Go to his game logs. So this was week 11. He played 3 more games after this. And then he reported a foot injury that he ends up saying to the Bears fan base, at the very least, that he can play through. Yeah, exactly. Heel bruise. That he says he could have played through. And I'm with you, Mark. He'll be just fine. It's, at least in my opinion, interesting to find the guy's limits. Because if we come away from a tape study and Caleb Williams just looks like the absolute best thing since sliced bread, hey, that's a sweet eval. That's great. But I bet there are some at least minor holes in his game. And yeah, that deep speed at age 32, that's probably going to be it. Bradley, how you doing? Virginia basketball made you tune in earlier. No, I got you. Let's see. 100% Sean. Like you talk about how you're like he's still going to force DJ to account. Y'all, don't be too binary, right? Just because it's like Keenan's slow, so that if this is, let's say this is 10 and this is 1, right? I'll circle both just so we're on the same page. Just because Keenan's looking a little slow doesn't mean we go from 9 all the way down to like 3 or something, right? It's more like I would rather we figure out exactly what Keenan can and what he or where he's going to win, and where you might want DJ to do it. Because a route exactly like that one. I mean, looking back, yeah, now we're going to go a little further back. What was this one on? Was it this one? No. I was playing before, right? Yeah, it is. I don't know that you are required to be as specialized all the time, but this is a route that you would expect DJ to win. And I'm right there with you, Mark, where Williams being air raid, I think that Keenan Allen being that anti-zone specialist that is able to find openings against zone coverage and win in short areas with things like option routes and all the stuff that we've already talked about, Mark, I think that that's going to be massive for a rookie quarterback. I mean, talking top to bottom and not letting the tape distract me for a hot second, I think Keenan Allen's going to be extremely good at what he's good at. And the best part about having DJ Moore on your roster is that then when you want to try to take advantage of a cover 3 look that you get right here, that let me take a look because it might be cover 1 where they're just playing off and bluffing cover 3. It is cover 3 outright. Then that corner, that's going to be DJ Moore. And that's the same route that we ran against Denver. And it's the same route that we scored on, right? And so then Keenan Allen could run the backside curl and he'd be fine because he's going to be able to stem up and then break it down just like we've seen him do. So it's obvious in its personnel deployment, but you're going to get DJ's speed down the field while still taking advantage of Keenan's ability to separate at that point. This is where the Chargers, basically trusting Keenan more than they trust any other receiver on the field, just bit him a little later in the season. Because if Keenan couldn't do it, neither could the offense, which is its own issue that Los Angeles is going to have to figure out, especially now that they lost Keenan Allen. And Sean, they sure ran plenty of slants off motion, didn't they? Let's get back forward. Nice little run by Herbert here. Whew, 95 came cooking around that stunt. I love mixing in power. I would love to see the Bears mix in just a little more gap scheme because I think especially with somebody like Swift, it's probably going to help him to choose the hole for him occasionally and just let him attack that specific gap. But I would be blown away if they don't hit outside zone almost obnoxiously hard, which, hey, I love outside zone. I mean, that's the Shanahan staple, right? It's the first real run scheme that I would say that I learned. And it's got all kinds of answers in it. But I don't know how Swift is going to handle just the mental load that happens with outside zone. I couldn't tell you what his feel is going to look like, but he's wildly fast. There he is. Oh! Was it 4P in the playoffs mentioning that live they mentioned a couple of red zone drops? It's a good route. We're open for a touchdown. Yikes. Yeah, you know Harbaugh's going to hit that gap run hard, or the gap scheme hard. I'm interested to see what the Chargers become. They may need a year, but who doesn't like Jim Harbaugh? Some don't, but I think Harbaugh's awfully fun. As far as what he is, what he can be, I don't know. He's a character. This is entertainment. How do you not like characters? Plus, he's a darn good coach. Coming off a national title, I mean, the story writes itself nearly. Oh, new poster. I remember the Johnston one to lose the game. That was wicked too. This combination of routes. Let's see, a garage sale, right? Oh, you meant that literally. No, I gotcha. But so they run this route set really well because I've seen a lot of teams try to run corner with a wheel, and I've seen the spacing get really ugly. But Keenan takes this thing to the sideline and throttles it down. That's really nicely thrown and run by both of them. Like, yes, it's a good route, but look at the anticipation by Herbert here. Full speed. We're starting the throwing motion. Our guy hasn't even stopped yet. He stops. He curls. He's there. We'll tell you, one thing that I find interesting is I have personally, you tell me what you've seen, but I've personally seen, right, version of Smash with the, would you call that a shallow? Because I guess you're right. Like, it looks like a wheel, but it's actually just that, which is classic Smash, and you're just getting into it with motion. Good call. I appreciate you being able to name everything, because it's honestly an area of my own expertise that I am pretty not expert in. It's just getting every single concept right. But anyways, I'm always interested in how receiver quarterback dynamics work when it comes to anticipatory throws, because obviously it depends on the route. When you're running a curl route, you'd like a little bit more anticipation than when you're running some digs and crossers, because plenty of times those guys will uncover and they'll stay there. Stephen W., how you doing? Let's go Bears. We love that. But so I got to think that during practice, Keenan Allen is so reliable about where he curls, the depth he's curling at, the way that he takes to coaching, that he simply builds trust with the quarterback. And I would love to see him do the same with Caleb Williams. That would be the aim, right? Maybe it's Drake May. Again, I think it's probably going to be Caleb. I guess maybe we'll get some clues from the pro day tomorrow, where the entire Bears primary staff seems to be attending. Not that we had any real questions. They'll go to UNCs, they'll go to LSUs, they'll go to all of them, right? But so I would love to see Keenan Allen develop that exact same relationship with his rookie quarterback, because I tend to think that the rookie will need it. If the Bears can move the chains a little bit through the air with a receiver that's able to create that kind of anticipatory relationship with his quarterback, I think that that's going to go a long way. Yes, he is, Bradley. He is a Chicago Bears. Was this 3rd and 5? Yes. What happened here? Oh, we're putting Keenan in the backfield. Comes out, curls, can't quite get it. Bummer. Oh no. Rip Virginia. Bummer. Isn't this the first time DJ Moore isn't a wide receiver one other than his rookie year? Depends, Alpha. I mean, if I was you, so look, I don't know if this is a hot take. I have no idea, Alpha. I would imagine that DJ Moore is still going to be the wide receiver one. Maybe they'll be wide receiver 1A, 1B, but I would imagine that on different play calls, each of them are going to get very similar volumes of targets. But we'll see. I mean, actually, I should retract that. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up with similar yardage. I would be surprised if Keenan, assuming they play the same amount of snaps, doesn't end up with more targets, because that's Keenan's play style. But as far as chunk plays, that's going to largely be DJ Moore. So who's going to be the wide receiver one? Well, Alpha, I guess it depends on your perspective, right? Because to your point, if you're saying, well, the wide receiver one is the guy who catches more passes, then edge Keenan, he catches more natural passes. If you're saying who's the wide receiver one, the guy who breaks the game open, well, that might be closer to DJ Moore, because that's what he makes his career out of doing. So I'm really interested to see how this dynamic plays out in Chicago, because as far as wide receiver one, they both play very similar styles in that they can play on the inside, they can play on the outside, and they win at most levels of the field. I would say DJ's short area quickness isn't Keenan's, but DJ's athleticism far exceeds Keenan's, and his yards after catch ability speaks for itself. So no, I love it, Bradley. It's where I would go with it too. Scissor action. Keenan comes open. Easy. Oh, are they just doubling everybody on the offensive line? Yeah, play action with Pretty much everybody gets doubled. Rip the ball. How you doing, J-Ham? Thanks for playing the shuffle. I appreciate you. We love it when the shuffle gets played. Always a good sign. Keenan does a nice job with his corner, too. Like, for as much as he's just running an over route, we get the snap in, or I guess it would be more of a snap out, break in. Corner's nowhere near in trail space, though it's not his job. I mean, the moment he breaks in like this and sees another route coming in his direction, he's going to break off anyways, and then the linebacker just gets lost in space. But he does a good job all the same. That same route running edge we saw in Detroit, at the very least, it's present. It's just not doing as much against the zone that the Packers are running. And at least, in my opinion, I've seen a lot of receivers that'll sort of streamline their routes when they recognize that they're up against clear zone coverage, because at that point, you're more trying to get to space than you are trying to beat a man, but it depends. New poster, the hope would be that the Packers linebackers would sink, but the play action pulls them forward. So then at that point, you leave a wide receiver to basically just get in behind, exactly like Allen did. Ooh, do we get a sweet one? We do. Nice throw from Herbert here. Get out of the pocket, find the open man, dart. Solid route by Allen, but I guess Herbert feels the pressure of Rashad Gary coming around the edge. Enters creation mode, and the moment he does, Allen's not open anymore. Finds a guy. Solid. Does the NFC North have the best 8 receivers compared to the rest of divisions? You know, John, I'd have to count who has or what the other 8 receivers are, because it's an awful lot of receivers. But you better believe that with Justin Jefferson, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Jordan Addison's sick, then Amon-Ra St. Brown. Who are you thinking of, an extra Lion or the other 3 Packers or something like that? Because I think Jaden Reed's sweet and Christian Watson's solid, but that leaves an open spot. And if I need to pick a second on Detroit, I guess Jamison Williams sits. And Mark, I'll think about it, man. I'd love it. It's all a matter of time for me. I don't have the time I used to. Oh yeah, Bradley, I appreciate you. Watson, Allen, Moore, Reed. I like Reed. We mentioned Reed now that I think about it. So that's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Jamo is solid, but I'd say Jamo is definitely the 8th on that list. Oh, is that Allen in the end zone? Hey, he's making some space. But he eats it because the DB plays it well in cover 4. Very good thing the Bears have a young secondary. The Bears armored up in an age of weaponry, and I think you need that. Yeah, we're here for it, Ace. Nothing too complicated in this one either. Just watching Keenan Allen. And because of that, we're just scanning through the Chargers. If you're enjoying the stream, like the stream, I appreciate you if you are. Ace, I can't wait. It sure feels like Caleb is going to have a real shot at doing some special things as a rookie. Main thing that I'm sitting here thinking is I just don't want... So, look, I don't want to get on too much of a soapbox, but this is what I would hope would be the last tangent that I have, just because I can feel myself like 11:30 feels about right for this one. Short, I know, but hey, I'll take my short streams being 3.5 hours. I think we can, or closer to 3, but I think we can all live with that, don't we? And we can cover some of this other stuff because I've got Coleman Shelton, but we can get there later. So main thing I wanted to get at here is I have heard this every year. This was a lot of the same argument that I actually heard about Bryce Young last year. So if you were with me last year, you probably remember me making it, that you can't mimic NFL experience. You can show your own collegiate experience, just like Tyson Bagent did. But as far as feel for throwing zones over the middle, as far as feel for how rangy these NFL safeties are as far as understanding of what defensive coordinators are going to try to twist and do to you during or on first, second, and third down, and how those defenses change from team to team, week to week, and how to interpret film and find your answers within that. Look, obviously the NFL is a hard game. Obviously the NFL is big, strong, fast, and professional. So these guys are game planning. They're game planning for much longer sessions, I would say, at least from the player's perspective, than when they were attending class and also dealing with time off. Like it's different when you're talking about pro ball. And I mention this because Caleb's got all kinds of talent and all kinds of ability, and he should be able to do all kinds of things. But what he can do and what he will do should be at their most different in his rookie year, assuming everything goes well, right? Like, you're not trying to contain Caleb, but you are trying to make sure that Caleb doesn't hold the ball so loosely that he fumbles 3 times in a critical game and you just never get enough possessions back to do anything about that, especially if one of those possessions spots them at the 25 or something like that. You're trying to find a balance between, okay, Caleb, when you see daylight, absolutely get out of the pocket, see if you can't find somebody in scramble drill, just like you did at USC. That can be really effective for us. But also, don't you dare lose track of that right side defender sitting in cover 3 on the sidelines, because if he picks you off, that's going to be tough to come back from. It's a balance, and it's all going to be a learning process. And I'm sure there are going to be some major rookie moments for a guy who plays with the what would you call it? The confidence that Caleb does. The things that Caleb attempts are things that many quarterbacks simply shouldn't. The pick he threw against Colorado, and then 2 of the picks, the second 2 that he threw against Notre Dame, were prime examples of Caleb trying to do too much and nearly knowing he tried to do too much the moment he let the ball go. And all of that is me trying to say that, Ace, you mentioned earlier, Caleb's going to ball out with all these weapons. I think the weapons are going to ball out and Caleb is going to facilitate them balling out. That's the hope here. But then you would hope that Caleb balls out with his weapons starting later in the year and especially taking strides in year 2. I mean, we don't need, because that's the complicated part. It's a little of both, right? Where when I look at Caleb Williams, because New Poster mentions he could be amazing and the Bears could make a run, but he might bust. It's like, I find it hard to believe that Caleb Williams in 17 games would throw for 2,800 yards and a 1-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio, just to use some simple, really easy numbers, and then blossom into an amazing quarterback the year after that. It's possible, and you're not going to hear me hating. He's rookie. I give a lot more grace to rookies than I think plenty of people do, but that's because a lot of people really want that quick answer. And what you see in week 1, 2, 3, 4, where a rookie's going to be probably at their worst, is when a lot of people just make their snap judgment and they say, oh, Bryce Young sucks. And then it turns out Bryce Young has a really terrible year. So was that early judgment too snappy? Depends on the eye of the beholder, I guess. But when I look at Caleb, I think that there are going to be some people that are going to hold him to the CJ Stroud standard. They're going to say, we ran Justin Fields out of town. If he doesn't throw for 4,000 yards, he's out of here. For me, the top ceiling is probably breaking Eric Kramer's record. That's, again, 38 yards. And if he does that, that's amazing. Where I would expect things to sit at, look, I think yardage is kind of a stupid thing to glom onto, but 3,400 yards is sort of my up-down benchmark. But I think it's going to be really contextual season. I mean, it's going to be a very watch the tape season, if I had to guess. And I bet that there's going to be a whole bunch of free yardage that comes out of screens, RPOs, and other things that are more like one read, quick distribution stuff for the quarterback that Caleb gets statistical credit for, even though he didn't have to do as much quarterbacking to get those yardage. But that's the whole point of weapons, is that you're able to kick the ball out to somebody like DJ Moore and let him go get you 8 yards despite you not really having to do anything. And when you can do that, a lot of times you'll build yourself a successful offense. Exactly like you're saying, Mark. Yards are yards. Like, that matters. No talent at the QB, no talent at No talent on the team, no talent at QB. Tate, do you mean, or out of curiosity, do you mean the Panthers, or do you mean if there's no talent on the team, then the quarterback is gonna have a hard time raising that? Because I can see that both ways. Dr. Truth asks, do I see JPJ being a heavier center, fitting a gap scheme better, or will he deter the Bears from considering him in the first round since the Bears run a zone scheme? I couldn't tell you. I think Jackson Powers Johnson just fits this really niche player, or that the Bears just don't have the extra picks to take. I still think that if somebody's going to take him, they're going to take him to play him. I actually don't know if they're going to play him at center or guard. Guard's making a ton of money. Center is not. So the value would be in seeing him as a sick guard that can play center if you need him to. But who knows? Maybe he becomes the Tyler Linderbaum type, like we're picking you to play center. I could see it both ways. With Jackson Powers, or with specifically the Bears, I don't think the Bears have the resources to pick him. I think that they need an edge or a wide receiver, and that they've kind of pigeonholed themselves into that. It's like how this time last year we were talking about how the Bears needed. I mean, I remember talking about tackle a lot. Not that it was like, oh, we called it. Oh, yeah, it was Jalen Carter or Darnell Wright or Paris Johnson, if memory serves, or something like that. That was the conversation. But yeah, I'm with you, Tate. That it does feel like Tate Richard, what he's mentioning, I think is really important. What's hard for me as somebody who is pretty down on rookies more often than not. Normally, rookies have terrible teams. Terrible teams. It's not normally Carolina bad, right? But it is normally Houston-ish. And Houston was considered pretty bad on offense going into the season. People did not think of Nico Collins like they think of Nico Collins now. And it was Nico Collins and a rookie. And that was enough. I mean, they obviously developed themselves a sweet offense. They managed a lot of offensive line trauma, and they ended up putting together a sweet unit, in part because the quarterback looked as good as he did, as early as he did. And Stroud's tape really is pretty sweet stuff to watch. But Tate mentions no talent on the team, no talent on the quarterback. Caleb is entering an unusually talented scenario for the number 1 overall pick. And God forbid the Bears add more talent to the offense with the number 9 overall pick. I don't actually know where this thing's going to land. I guess we'll figure it out. But I'm having a complicated time, I would say, trying to solve what the expectations for Caleb should be statistically or metrically, because most of the standards we have to compare him to, we're dealing with much less talent on the roster than Caleb was. And I don't know what that means. So hopefully it means good things for Caleb. Hopefully. Or maybe the Bears do trade. They do end up taking Drake May after flipping with Washington. And then hopefully you would expect good things from Drake May for the same reasons, that you have talent on that roster. I would love to see a little insurance from Keenan Allen, because I love Keenan, but he does miss an awful lot of games. So if you can prepare for a world where it's DJ Moore and a sick rookie because Keenan's hurt, then you're still set when it comes to playing offense with a rookie quarterback and asking him to take a back seat. But I don't know. We'll get there when we get there. I mean, especially since we've got Caleb's pro day tomorrow. Is Joe Alt the best tackle prospect since Penei Sewell? Bradley, I'm the wrong person to ask. Ask like a Brandon Thorne or somebody like that. I do think that Alt's anchor is a question, but this is around the time of year where we ask questions, almost like at times irresponsible questions about really sweet prospects all over the place. I do think Paris is that dude. I mean, Paris Johnson, that is. We can't do the thing where we declare every single year. I don't like the whole there's a generational player every year thing. Marvin is really good. These receivers are really good. I think Caleb is really good. Prabat, I'll catch you later. But so is drafting a quarterback at 109. Yeah, holy disaster play is right, Zach. Thank you so much, MT Brett. I appreciate you. I really do. Oh, Bears, baby. I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. Man, Keenan got nothing there. Was Herbert looking for it? A little. Man. This Packers front is nasty, which I am not a fan of. Thanks for what, Mark? Hey, I'm just glad you're having a good time. I really am. Fields was 1.11 Tate. And then they traded up for him. Whew, Kenny Clark just spoiling the center. Gosh. One of these days, the Bears will find somebody who's able to block 97, but at least it's good to know that nobody else seems to be able to block him either, right? Look at that power. And without stopping. And at the same time, who's that on the other side? Is that Preston Smith? Again? Yeah, 91. Gets around 70 without much problem. I mean, when I see this, Jordan, are you still in here? It is definitely possible that the Chargers try to find some way to take an offensive lineman. I don't know if they're going to take him at 5. I don't know if they're going to take, or if they're going to try to trade back. The trade back with the Vikings that everybody is suggesting makes a lot of sense to me, but the Vikings may need to trade up further if they want to guarantee themselves a shot at JJ McCarthy, who it sounds like they like, but who knows? Maybe it's all smoke. Reports this time of year are always really hard to believe, but we don't sign Mike Glenn into a Supermax. Yeah, right, was. I mean, he's a free agent. You could always pull Nick Foles out of retirement. But man, to me, it is comforting watching other teams, bad offensive lines or not, and seeing their offensive line struggle to stop the Packers just as much as ours did. If only because if you're gonna say that a defensive line is good and they got us, then I would rather that you get to that point. Alex, I'm a Bears fan, for better or for worse. It's been for worse for a while, but hopefully it's for better for now. Let's see. Who might be gone after next year? New poster. Preston Smith or Kenny Clark? Hope so. He's got to age eventually. Here we go, 5 wide. Is this going to be Keenan? It is. Okay. Nice move. That'll do. Man, fat voice crack there. Again, you give Keenan Allen the opportunity to get physical on a stem and then break, and he is really smooth in these movements. Really smooth in these movements. That's an area of his game that even as we wonder whether or not he's got the foot speed to contend with some DBs, he doesn't have an issue creating separation there. Hey, he was head and shoulders above everybody else, Grant. You couldn't take the tall quarterback. You can't say he's short. Definitely tall. Look at the trail. I wonder if Keenan realizes that his jersey got basically pulled off. Man, this is that 11 p.m. film review you really came for, right? Shh. Looks like a DBZ tail. Ooh, 25 almost makes a play. Big Bird. That's the best comparison I could have ever asked for. That's hilarious. Oh, yeah, A Glitch. We're all sickos here. Plus, I could be your tape connection, which works for me. There's a nice allow route. Well run. It's funny because some of these routes like this, I would argue that the moment that Keenan turns it, because right here, he starts inside, straightens up, and then gets out. But I guess it kind of works out like that. Okay, I'm going to date myself, but it kind of works out like that Madden route that everybody's run a million times, and you know it. I don't even have to tell you what it is because everybody's run it a million times. On this side of the field, it is not mirrored, but it's one of the first times I've seen somebody actually run that corner strike route instead of just running straight forward and then getting out. one way or another. Keenan's adjustments are nice to balls in the air. Ball ends up pushed a little further up the field, but he'll go get that one. The rough drops are rough, but they can almost be surprising with a guy like Keenan because he'll take care of so many other passes that are a little off, but he's still going to be able to catch it 2 feet down, 1st and 10, or 1st and 20 becomes 2nd and 3. I know reliable is a buzzword when it comes to a receiver like Keenan Allen, but he really does seem reliable. What on earth happens up at the top here? Stemming up. Just eats it. Might have been the space we needed. But that don't work. Just straight man coverage and they body us. Man coverage with a bracket, which works. Because they're totally bracketing Keenan Allen, and they should be. And I'll tell you what, this is an area of Caleb's game that I think has gotten almost underrated. Like, I think there are going to be guys like Mark in the chat right here that are going to probably not going to love this part of the conversation because I think that it's very easy. So look, you end up with a whole lot of evaluators across the NFL right now that are trying to figure out how mobility plays into the game and how much mobility eats into the way that a quarterback plays. Like you look at somebody similar to Justin Fields. He's so mobile and so athletic, you would argue that it has taught him the wrong lessons. That Justin learned in 2022, well, I don't need to fit the ball into that tight window because I can simply break 5 tackles and score. And I don't actually know that I couldn't tell you because the line is so fine between bad habit and ultra playmaker. And the risk reward of each are wild because some of the sacks that Justin might take if he tries to break a bunch of tackles, it's a pretty high sack total. But the plays he pulls off, especially in 2022, were straight up touchdowns. But like Alpha mentioned, because Alpha's stealing the words out of my mouth, that every single time Patrick Mahomes gets to the playoffs, he suddenly busts out this rushing kit that ends up being a big deal when it comes to the playoffs. And I tend to think Caleb Williams is not going to be dissimilar, where I don't know how much he's going to run total in his career, but as a rookie, you're definitely, I think, going to see plays where it's DJ, it's Keenan on double slants. Everybody gets stacked up on the line of scrimmage, and Caleb just jets out to the sidelines and tries to create with his legs because he can on plays like that. And so right, Ben, I'm there with you. But so I think that you're going to get a lot of productivity with Keenan Allen and the way that he's going to play with Caleb Williams because there's only really so many ways to play with Keenan Allen, and playing in time with him is how you're going to get the most out of him. It would shock me if Waldron's offense isn't going to try. But I do think it's being so we are spending so much time talking about how Caleb Williams works to throw as hard as he does, and I think Caleb will continue to do so, but it will not shock me if, very similar to Aaron Rodgers, now that he's at the NFL level and he has literally nothing to prove on third downs and key downs like this, I think that we're going to see Caleb tote the pill a little more often when it's truly wide open. That would be my guess. Not a crazy revelation, right? It's not a crazy revelation. Joe Waz, how you doing? To say fast guy will run ball, right? This isn't silly analysis, or this isn't totally groundbreaking is more what I'm going for. But I do think that it's something that a lot of Bears fans are forgetting about is Caleb should have 400, 500 rushing yards this season. I would be surprised if he doesn't. And if he ends up with 4,000 passing yards and only 300 rushing yards or something like that, I mean, I will happily say, I didn't think he could do it, but I'm glad he did, right? It wouldn't surprise me ultimately if Caleb's reads end up simplified, where it's like, look here, if not, look there, and if not, either check it down or run it. And then, or so that it's so that he can play faster, because his initial NFL, like, moments, I think he's going to be a little slower on and off his reads, stickier, if you will. But that's just because he comes from the air raid. Oh, I mean, Ben, that's the thing. Caleb's release is disgusting in a good way. Man, Herbert's had it. What is this? Like a cover 3 buzz? Yeah, I guess. Right? Good job by the Packers. He's going to come across the field, show zone, snap it down. We could throw it to Keenan if we want to, but at this point, Herbert's probably a little frazzled. Pull him across, totally in zone. What do we got? Like cover 4? We're going to run the ball anyways. 16-13. Need to keep the field goal. Might just go up and take a lead. Oh. Oh. 36 laid the lumber on this guy. Yeah. Oh, man. Hard to tell. But boy, that might have been just a fastball that was too fast, for all I can tell. Outstretched, hits him in one palm. I don't know. Maybe a little bit of alligator arm. I think Bo Nix's release is quicker. Let's see. Right, Alex? Easy. There's Keenan. Has there still not been an Everett reception? I don't see as many Gerald Everett receptions as I would have expected. No, there really hasn't been. Keenan just running his stem. Seeing space. So, in my opinion, Ben, I think from a pure release perspective, Bo Nix reminds me a lot of Tyson Bagent in that his release is, I would call it specialized, right? Where how fast is one of them? Well, it might be a frame or so faster, but I think Bo struggles to push the ball down the field, and that his release lengthens as he throws it longer distances. To me, what is most remarkable about Caleb Williams is that you would swear his release is exactly the same length between attacking intermediate and not fully deep, like not the rainbow ball, because he'll crow hop into those, but when he flicks it, I mean, even if he is flicking it 40 yards downfield, it's the same release. Whereas, again, Tyson Bagent is the example that I'm going to use here, where he's just going to flick the ball. And that can come out really fast, really fast. It just isn't going to have, like, it's not going to have too much zip on it because it's not trying to. And you can't do that further than about 10 net yards downfield, I'd say. But even then, you probably can't, to use an example, that release probably doesn't push the ball to the corner without you stepping into it. And so you have to step into that, which lengthens the release again. It's a whole thing. May's release is definitely on the longer side. That's one thing where if we come to find out that May's release is a concern among some scouts, I would believe it. But it does feel like May can do this if he needs to. And that's another piece of Jaden Daniels' game that at least I can understand why coaches would be excited about him, because his release seems like it is NFL quality. But I haven't studied Daniels as closely as I've studied plenty of others. I mean, especially because the Bears are at number 1. I paid attention to May, I paid attention to Williams, and I watched enough tape to confirm that those were the top 2 in my opinion, but that's about it. Dr. Truth, it feels that way. And Quentin, I would, but I'm so low on gas personally that we may put some Colton on in the background, but that's about it. R.I.P. Quentin Johnston. This game was tough. That's not the worst. Smitty, are we talking about Keenan Allen? Because I think that's about right. To me, he looks like a savvy player that's still going to be fine in short areas, but he never had crazy long speed, and he's lost a step. Good stuff, Alpha. I'm glad you had a good time. Bailey Zappi's hilarious. As far as names go, I think Bailey Zappi's one of those somebody actually named somebody this kinds of names. What is going to interest me is how the Bears are going to balance routes like this, right? Yeah, it was. What was it, Colin? I appreciate you, B. I think it's. I love the fact that you can use that member chat. That stuff's cool. But so this is one of those corner routes that I think a more athletic player can win, where Keenan's gonna just end up. He's gonna try to drop his feet right here, where hits him with a little bit of a stutter, and then 35 is just gonna keep walking with him. We need somebody to win on the backside, and hopefully this will be DJ, right? If the Bears want to run the same play. But it's the only spot of Keenan's game that, as somebody who's trying to give you as balanced an evaluation as possible, that's just not the route you're hoping Keenan Allen wins for you, especially against DBs that are ready for him, and especially, I think, in the later part of the season. I mean, truly, you guys tell me if you think I'm being too old head football in this, but it would not shock me at all. It would not shock me at all if Keenan Allen slowly bleeds another step out of his game over the course of the season. Just because I think it's harder for guys that are over the 30 hill to recover at the same rate that a much springier 25-year-old body might. Like, you're basically participating in multiple car crashes a week when you play NFL football. And so the idea that somebody wouldn't come all the way back makes sense to me. But it also makes me wonder if the Bears might plan, and gosh, this is where they could this is where the Bears could really do something that I think would be interesting, is if they do draft a high receiver, that could be at 9, that could be at 15, that could be at 20, that could be anywhere you want them to draft one, right? If the Bears take a receiver pretty high, you could theoretically use Keenan Allen as a specialist player, or sort of, right? Where he's going to play a lot of minutes, but also you're going to get him breaks so that you can run 12 personnel, but now you do it with DJ and AD Mitchell or something like that. And I wouldn't be surprised if you might be able to lengthen Keenan's season if you did that, because I'm sure you guys have seen it, but especially the Detroit game and even this one, he's pretty heavily utilized. Bear Blitz XX, how you doing? Like, Keenan gets a lot of snaps. He gets a lot of targets. He gets a lot of action. And I do imagine that that is exhausting for a guy like him. Oh, Herbert, low snap. See, you can tell he hasn't played in Chicago, right? In Chicago, you get used to that. Herbert wouldn't last a day in the Windy City if you can't catch a low snap like that. What's he gonna do? What's Herbert gonna do when the snap is way out to your left and you have to save it? Huh? What's he gonna do then? Goodness, what the Bears quarterbacks had to get used to over the last year or two has been wild. Good play by the DB. Is this just a blitz? Oh, yeah. The knuckle snap, right? Oh, they dagged 25 for a penalty. I didn't think it was hold. I think I would complain about that if the shoe was on the other foot. And I'd be like, what, you can't be physical with the receiver anymore? Right, Alex? I mean, I need to go watch some early career Keenan just so that I can get the context because you're right. That's like 2,000 yards that he ends up with. I think he's going to do a really good spot, just like right here. Like, this is a well pronounced break. Boom. Get down. Go find some space. But it's a different way of winning than trying to be athletically dominant. And I mean, gosh, I don't want to make anybody salivate too much, but I guess I could probably pull down the Atlanta tape if we wanted to see it, because DJ's ability to continue to win slot fades, even in the late part of the season, is really impressive in its own way. Yeah, the Packers DBs have this offense pretty well read, which would not excite me if I was a Chargers fan, but I guess that's why they moved on from more. Like the option routes we saw in Detroit, it sure doesn't feel like we have access to those. Almost like we're trying to avoid the middle of the field in some ways. Is this one? Oh, yeah. Come on. Remember that? We've all seen this clip, right? Quentin Johnson separating down the sideline. Busted coverage. Oh. Game literally in our hands. Goodness, what a sweet play from Herbert. What a sweet play from Herbert. And that's a tough ball to catch. But gosh, even if you're not going to bring it into the end zone, we got to haul that in. Now, it's funny because I could actually see the Bears. I could actually see Caleb hitting this as a rookie. It might take later in the season, right? But Herbert takes a look. He sees 34 playing what I would call poach, or at least I think he's playing poach, which is similar to cover 3-ish, but basically 34 is shading this middle, like because of the 3-by-1 bunch. And then 36 is playing half field coverage over the top. So it's kind of like a half, a quarter, and then a man lock over here, I guess is how I would describe it, right? But exactly, right, Martin? You don't want to be the person that says you get paid to catch the ball. But so he sees them playing poach. He recognizes he's got Quentin Johnston one-on-one, and Herbert is going to dodge the pressure, check outside after holding the safety on the inside, and let this thing go. Caleb actually may do that because this is a very Caleb-y throw. Now, will that be DJ Moore and or Tyler Scott? Will Tyler Scott catch the ball? Separate question. But I could easily see Caleb stepping or sliding out of the pocket and wanting to throw his one-on-one given a read like that, if he's able to make the read and not get fooled. But who's to say? Martin. Really? Oh, man, you come around mine, I'm going to nearly respond to all of yours. 4th and 6. Man, a drop like that is just brutal. No way. Did we false start? What are they going to call it? No, it's offsides. Okay. 4th and 1. Better. What happened? What happened? Oh, no. Volleyball spike to win the game. Kenny Clark. Jeez. Look at this. That is stone cold. He makes this look so easy too. Oh my goodness. Just Pops up. Pop, bang. It's a volleyball block. Alex, you mentioned, did I see the stat where Caleb's pressure to sack rate was a lot higher on third down than first and second down? Absolutely. I mean, so for those who didn't see it, Caleb Williams on first, second, his pressure to sack rate is 16 and a half. And then on third down, his pressure to sack rate is 24% ish. Rounding up on both, right? That's 24%. Now, there could be different reasons for this, but I know Joe Burrow was quoted a while ago. This was the same conclusion that I think it was Ian Harris, if that's his name, drew on Twitter. So I'm totally working off of what he mentioned. But the idea is maybe Caleb prioritizes not taking a sack on earlier downs, and then on third down, if the drive's going to die anyways, so be it. But in the NFL, obviously things can be complicated, but I know Burrow mentioned that he doesn't give a darn about third downs that don't go his way. If he's going to take a sack, he's going to take a sack, is the way he sees it. So could be a coaching thing, could be an attitude thing. It begs the question, Ben, because you mentioned hero ball on third down, of is it a he can't or he doesn't, right? And those are still issues either way, but one of them is workable depending on what you do with it, and not everybody's Mahomes. I will mention that Aaron Rodgers' pressure to sack rate for his entire career, so that's AR, was, at least from when we got data, which was about 3 to 5 years into his career. So we didn't get Aaron Rodgers as a true to form rookie, right? But his pressure to sack rate is between 19 and up to 23% at times, which may sound surprising because it doesn't feel like Aaron took a lot of sacks, but he did. You just didn't care because he was so good at getting the yardage back that if he took a sack on first down, then so be it. He'll go get the yards back on second down. And Aaron Rodgers in particular was totally cool with the third down sack. And we saw it all throughout his time in Chicago. So I am not here to tell you what your conclusion is. I will tell you that I think Caleb does play very similarly to Aaron Rodgers. And so this didn't surprise me. And when I found this more surprised me about Aaron Rodgers' pressure to sack rate than it did Caleb's. This sounded about like Caleb's. Right, Colin? It does feel like Aaron took a lot of third down sacks. So we'll see what happens with Caleb Williams. Tomorrow's his pro day. That could be an awful lot of fun if you've got time in the middle of your day. But so am I worried, Bradley, about Caleb's ability to play within the structure of the offense? Not really. I mean, so the problem that I see is that football is very like this, right? Where you have, let me see. I'm going to try to formulate my point like a writer. Football is a multiplicative game, Bradley, where when you are good, you play on a good team, you will look great. When you are good and you play on a bad team, you will look worse. Maybe worse than you are, but worse. We keep wanting to make it a linear game where if your receivers are this good, you will look this much better. But it never seems to work that way, does it? When you are good and you play on a good team, they multiply, and vice versa. And so, in Caleb's case, I would tell you that I think the structure of the offense got really messy, especially as the season wore on. As you look earlier in the season, and when you look at 2022, and when you look even at little fractured moments of the 2023 season in the late part of it, I think that there's plenty of examples of Caleb playing within structure. I also think that Caleb hit a point where he didn't trust his offensive line. He didn't really trust his receivers, and he started playing street ball, and it wasn't good for him. I will tell you, Bradley, if I could be really real with you, that I would rather take on a Caleb Williams type that had a bad part of his season, but we have so much tape of him doing something right that You know he can. It's just a matter of whether you can get him online and playing within your structure, get him re-trusting the way that you are going to play ball, than I would a guy like, let's go with Jaden Daniels from this last year, where you go, okay, so did he get to LSU and figure it out, or did LSU figure it out for him, right? And I would argue that you're always going to be worried about the latter. And it's also really interesting because, at least when it comes to quarterback, most positions, let's say Malik Neighbors, okay? Malik Neighbors is an amazing receiver. What are you really going to get out of watching Malik Neighbors play against Vanderbilt? Nothing. Vanderbilt's corners can't hold a candle to Malik Neighbors. So you really don't even need to watch that game unless you're just looking for highlights, because I don't even know if Malik Neighbors played Vanderbilt. But if you're riding with me, if you get where I'm coming from, it's more this idea of discussing which games do you watch for most prospects. Intriguingly enough, when you do watch Caleb Williams, you don't need to watch Nevada. That's not the one I'm talking about. But like when you watch Caleb Williams against Cal, when you watch Caleb Williams against Arizona, when you watch Caleb Williams against Colorado, and to some extent UCLA, you get to see not UCLA, not really, because UCLA is him dealing with a really hard defense to play. When you watch Caleb against these worse teams, well, they're worse, meaning that his weapons are finally winning consistently. And does it shock you? Go back and watch it if you don't believe me, that Caleb Williams is playing within structure in that Colorado game up until they get up by so many scores that he kind of farts around, which is a separate problem. And it's a maturity thing that you would hope that he grows through, right? Because he definitely started just trying to play flashy. But I would tell you that early in the season, when the games are a little more even, and then even occasionally late, like the Cal game is probably my favorite discussion here, right? Where in the middle of the season, they play a bad Cal defense and Caleb hangs 50 some odd points, and quite a bit of those points are within the structure of the offense. It's not all street ball. But against Oregon, I mean, no doubt, not only are they down immediately, but also nobody's winning, and the structure of the offense is ugly, and it just compounds on itself, right? But so Bradley, to finish my answer, I think there is enough tape of him turning down a short answer and trying to find a hero play to be bothered. I will tell you two things, though. Number one, Aaron Rodgers did do it later in his career. I mean, we watched plenty of Packers games. Bradley, I know you've been with me for a little while, right? We've watched plenty of those Aaron Rodgers Packers games where it is as if he ignored the play call altogether and just stared at Christian Watson and waited for him to get open and then threw a touchdown to Christian Watson. That's what he did in Christian Watson's rookie year. Like, exactly, Ben. When Aaron Rodgers got Devontae Adams, suddenly he loved to play within structure. And he did, because he had a timing receiver and he knew how he needed to get him the ball so that he could win. So Rodgers is a starter example here of saying when it favors him to do it, he will do it. I would tell you, this is my guess. This is me as an evaluator. I don't know Caleb, but I think Caleb wants to score points and win. And I think if Caleb thinks that playing street ball will score him more points, he's going to gravitate towards street ball. Rodgers did that in many games that ended up getting him to the playoffs, like that Cowboys game everybody remembers, and plenty of throws along the sidelines, blah, 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 blah. Say whatever you want. The Rodgers thing, I'm stretching it too thin, to be honest with you. It's more pointing out that there are successful quarterbacks in the league that middle finger their structure at times and then go play street ball. And there's a reason they did it, and there's a reason it worked. But then they can gather themselves and play within the structure of the offense again. Number two, maybe the most important one. There's a channel called Quarterback Room. They put out a really sweet video. Dr. Derrick Henry from my Discord posted it in our Discord. This is how I found it. And one of the guys, whose name I forget, he's the one who sits on the left, right? He mentioned that one of his, what he does for work is helping collegiate players transition to the pro game. And he said something so succinct that I want to share it with you guys. And then you should go give him a look. Oh, yeah, Chicago Fanatic. We have a Discord um, coming out. Anyways, I'll get that link posted in a second. Succinct way to put it. What he said was, throwing to the flat does not get you drafted. But the plays that get you drafted are not the same plays that the NFL needs you to make to win games. In college football, like, so for everybody who's watched both Kurt Warner, Caleb Williams episodes, that means you've seen the first one, where he not only criticizes Lincoln Riley's scheme, sure, but he criticizes how often Caleb doesn't take the 5-yard dig, instead looking for something beyond downfield that sometimes happens and sometimes doesn't, right? I don't know Caleb Williams personally. What I will tell you is it wouldn't surprise me if college football doesn't emphasize and hammer home taking the 5-yard dig, or taking the 5-yard curl, taking the 5-yard throw to the flat, taking the 6-yard out, taking the in. Maybe you have to take that, but I don't think that college is as mandatory about, hey, if that's open, you got to throw that, compared to college football, where just go be a playmaker. I mean, look around college football. It's all over the place. Whether you're talking about TCU Max Duggan, whether you're talking about Jaden Daniels at LSU, whether you're talking about Drake May at UNC, whether you're talking about, I'm trying to think of a gamut of quarterbacks. So if you think of one, throw one in. But like, who's the guy who played for Duke that did a ton of his damage through running the football? It's all over the place. It's all over the place. This like, be a playmaker attitude and extend the play and look for the big hero ball. I'm not saying that everybody I don't know. I've never been in these coaching rooms. All I can tell you is the Riley Leonard was the name that come to my mind. It's more me talking, I guess. Jordan, I'm curious to hear your opinion on this, because I really do see this, that outside of guys like JJ McCarthy that very clearly played in a true pro style offense in a way that you just don't see all that often, a lot of college players are literally playing a different game. I mean, as far as the points of emphasis, as far as the offensive systems they're running, the air raid may have some similarities to some things that are in the NFL nowadays, but it's not near the same. It is based on spreading the ball out. It's based on wide hashes. It's based on pushing guys out to the numbers. Like, it is a different game. It is a different game. And what that means to me, Bradley, is that when I think you're scouting a college quarterback, you want to see evidence that they can, but that desire that Kurt Warner has to see what they consistently will do, it's the wrong theater for it, in my opinion. Like, it's Martin, beyond a difference between a game and a profession. Martin, they have different goals. Martin, sit back, think about it. Be Caleb Williams for a brief moment. You want to win a college football playoff game. Of course you do. You want to win a college football national championship. Of course you do. What do you really want to do, Martin? I'll give you 5 seconds and then I'll answer it. I think you know the answer. If you're Caleb Williams, you want to go first overall. What do you do to go first overall? You make sexy throws down the sidelines. You make that shortstop jump in the air, kick both of your legs out, and spin the ball halfway up the field. You do things that make people go, holy moly. You stand on your head when you have to. You take over games when you need to. You be a playmaker. Have we seen that clip of Caleb Williams watching his own film and he just says, be dynamic, be dynamic? You think he came up with that? Somebody told him, just be dynamic. And in the NFL, just be dynamic gets you hit. Everybody knows this. You get to the NFL, Shane Waldron's going to be like, yeah, be dynamic sometimes, but you have to know when to turn that on and when to turn that off. And I think that's going to be a learning process for Caleb, but I think that there's enough examples of Caleb sitting in the pocket, dodging a rusher, stepping back up in the pocket, and lacing a dig against Notre Dame, against Colorado, against USC in 2022. Like, there's tons of examples of Caleb hanging in the pocket and burning a ball down the middle of the field, or burning a ball down the sidelines from there, that I would not be terrified of Caleb Williams' ability to play in structure. Will it be a work in progress? It will be for any rookie quarterback. Don't convince yourself otherwise. There's really not such a thing as a day one starter, I don't think, as a rookie. But it's going to be a translation for everybody. you end up having to be kind of feast or famine. Will Levis is the most extreme example of this from last year, where he lived and died based on whether he could hit big, deep shots down the sidelines because he was going to throw with one speed, and that was hard. He could throw with trajectory, sure, but he's going to go. He's going to throw with one speed. But all that to say, like Jeremy mentions, you don't think Waldron's offense will actually ask Caleb to ad lib sometimes. The key word is sometimes, and the percentage is going to go way down. Like once Caleb has the trust of his offensive coordinator, he can pretty much do whatever he wants. He won't get that kind of trust until best case scenario week 13, if you ask me. And if he's doing it sooner than that, that is an applause-worthy thing for Caleb Williams. On first and second down, I think the expectation is going to be, Caleb, if you don't get that ball to DeAndre Swift, I'm not going to bench you because I can't, but I'm going to chew you out on the sidelines. Like, dump it down if you don't see the read you like down the field. I really don't think that the Bears are going to be trying to put him in a box, if that makes sense. Because it's going to constantly sound like I'm trying to put Caleb in a box. But you guys have to remember that with rookies, the bottom falls out a lot more than you pop the top off of somebody. A lot more. Like, which is more likely, guys, when it comes to Caleb ad-libbing? Which is more likely? That he turns the ball over more than he scores touchdowns? Or that he scores touchdowns more than he turns the ball over? If you truly put no guardrails on Caleb Williams, it is drastically more likely that he turns the ball over like a maniac. I mean, not only does he have a massive fumbling issue, but he does absolutely. It's not a major issue. It's a minor issue. Caleb throws with conviction, which means that when he finds 10 defenders and misses one, he will unintentionally throw it straight to a defender. He has 10 interceptions in the last 2 years. It's not as if it's not as if Caleb Williams has an interception problem. But if you take a look at one of Caleb's habits, whether it's throwing on the sidelines or whether it's throwing over the middle, he will occasionally miss a defender. And at the NFL level, if you're truly just letting him ad-lib, that's going to happen. Like, he's going to miss somebody. So don't do that. Give him a lot of structure. And let him learn to see the defense through the eyes of, I don't know, just the experience of having done it. Like, when you get fooled, get fooled. And then, I don't know if they do this in college. I literally don't know. Like, when I say I don't know, I mean I don't know. But if you get fooled on a play in the NFL level, you get to head back to the sidelines and you get to sit down after that third down, and somebody's going to hand you a Microsoft Surface that's already showing you the play that they just ran. Like, they're going to say, hey, we got that on video. Here's what they did. Then you go, oh, that's the answer? Yeah, that's the answer. And I have no idea what the Bears are going to do with this. But for all I know, Caleb's going to have Shane Waldron and Kirby Joseph like sitting in his ear. Is it Kirby Joseph? It's not, is it? Like, he's going to have Kirby Joseph in a headset that didn't exist in college where somebody says,
hey Caleb, you see you see those safeties? That's clearly cover 4. We talked about this all throughout the film. Remember, we're running a double post. If you see that safety bite on Keenan Allen, you're talking touchdown to DJ Moore. Don't miss this thing, okay? Go get it.
That kind of thing. It's different than in college where the moment Caleb breaks the huddle, he's on his own. And so sometimes you can get a little more information there. And some quarterbacks will get a little bit better, especially over time. It's just so much processing. Yeah, right, Eric? Hey, I just wanted to imitate a radio effect. And Sean mentions, let him play, learn how timing works. If it means interception, so be it, as long as he learned for it. Hey, that's what training camp and OTAs is for. Sean, you mentioned him learning how to play. That's where I think the Bears not doing a fake competition is as good as you're going to get, right? Where, because Caleb Williams can start the season, the starter, does this mean we're going to be amazing faster? I mean, hey, I hope so. But I would hope it means that Caleb can get a lot of the dumb stuff purged quickly. Come in, get accustomed to the NFL. Kerry Joseph. Thank you, Star. I appreciate you. But so I would hope that in camp, and hopefully you're even done by preseason, you get a lot of the really dumb things out of the way. MT Bread, just for you, I'll do it now. Let's see, we go. And then we go to this. Oh, yeah. Let me see. No, that was a while ago. Let's see. Jeremy, over, under, Caleb, 12 interceptions. So it's funny you asked that, because if you told, first of all, I'll probably take the over. I'm going to lean over on everything. But give me a turnovers over, Jeremy. And in this case, we're going to count fumbles as total fumbles, so not fumbles lost. Like, give me a turnover over under, because I would not be shocked if you gave me 20 or 22, I'll take the over. But so I think that's going to happen. The hope is that Caleb can score enough touchdowns to make it worth it. But we'll see. I mean, it's going to be a long season. If Caleb can average just under a turnover and a half per game, that would be ideal. But like you're saying, I don't think Caleb Williams is by any stretch of the imagination going to basically get the Bears burned. Like, if I had to guess, that's just not an issue. But I also think one of their goals is going to be to try not to put Caleb in positions to lose them the game, which is simple stuff. And I understand that it's easier said than done in many ways, but I do think that's what they're going to try. Just because I love you. Let's watch a couple snaps of Coleman Shelton. All right. Here's a big one, Coleman. Can you snap the ball in a straight line? Look at him. He's communicating. I don't want to over dramatize anything. Oh my goodness. Okay. Puka. Goodness. Sheesh. Man, Stafford just throws a rocket. This is what I think is really nuts. Like, we watch a lot of tape on this channel. We watch all kinds of things. And truly, the part about the quarterback discussion that we just had, and I don't want to belabor it, especially since it's over, right? But Stafford is what? 10th? 9th best quarterback in the league? 8th? 11th? Pick a number, right? Look at the arm talent that he has. I mean, we're talking as the pocket's pressing. We are, good night, Martin. You have a great one. We are barely stepping into a throw to put this thing just out of reach of Kenny Moore. Just out of reach of Kenny Moore. And realistically, we totally might have thrown an interception to him. So don't let me, lap up the throw too hard. But the arm talent that it takes to be all right in the NFL, to be pretty good, is bananas. And I'm with you there, Jordan, that his arm really is that nuts. But to me, Ben, it's more like, okay, so to be really real, I will say this once. It is at 11:51 in a stream right after the Justin Fields trade. The part that got to me about watching Justin, that Caleb Williams has helped me heal, was I got really used to needing to root your feet and needing your feet to be set to whistle a throw in any direction. And I got completely accustomed to not attacking tight windows as far as what a Bears quarterback would do, and an offense that was built around avoiding those tight windows and avoiding pretty much any zone space insofar as was realistic. Between Geno and watching a bunch of Herbert for Keenan Allen, then back to Matt Stafford in this case, and I mean, even some of the Jordan Love we watched, watching the rest of the NFL quarterbacks play, I felt like was a stark comparison. Is really all I'm trying to look at. But so, yeah, right, Eric. Gosh, a Jordan I told you so would really be something there. All right, Coleman, what do we do? We lose. We can shotgun snap. We can't move Grover Stewart out of the hole. Not a lot of people are going to, but man. Okay. And he just whistle it. It's not even like, I mean, this is broken up because the NFL's hard. But he's just stepping into that thing and whipping that ball. Didn't get tossed on the ground. Held on to his man. Ben, how down bad are we for center play? How down bad are we for just acceptable center play? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You knew, didn't you? The moment he got hit and folded like a piece of paper, you knew. Did we deliver an acceptable snap? Oh, yeah. Right in the hands. And we helped on the pass, pro. It really feels that way, Alex. It's actually a little disturbing how much it's like, is this... It's the butterfly meme. Is this average? And you know what? If Alex Bars is better, if gosh, that's not his name. If the guy they got from Buffalo is better, great. Ryan Bates. Oh. Oh my goodness. Okay, so first of all, decent rep here from Coleman. Don't go sicko mode. Don't think it's too crazy. But snap. The guard's going to pass him off. We hold on to this. I would be blown away, Ben, if they didn't get Bates yet. For all I know, they're waiting for like June 1st or something like that. I mean, they announced the move. But y'all, look at this throw. Sheesh. I mean, like, we're going to just I mean, this is the NFL. Look, I get it. But we are just going to pistol whip a perfect ball out to the sidelines. Glad he's not in Detroit anymore. When Matt's feeling it, he is feeling it. Saw a matchup he liked. Look at that ball just explode off his hands. I hope you don't mind that in many of these offensive breakdowns or the off-season breakdowns, my goal, just so we're all on the same page, is to try to expose us to as much film that isn't the Bears as possible. Not because it's toxic, right? Like, if I can make it tangentially related to the Bears or related to the Bears, but we are going to watch Matt Stafford as we do it. I think this helps us re-find our own NFL center. I hope you agree with that. If you don't, that's totally fine. And I love you and respect your opinion anyways. But I think it's important to get far enough away from the Bears that you don't get stuck comparing Caleb Williams just to Mitch Trubisky, Justin Fields, Andy Dalton, and Nick Foles. Because The NFL is a big league. And the more you know about what they do, how they work, and everything within there, it helps you get a feel for what the NFL's standards are. Also, Bill Colbert, I love the comparison that you just made with Matthew Stafford, the Soundgarden of the NFL. The Soundgarden is awesome, and they are underappreciated for no particular reason. I don't think Matt Stafford is the comp. MT Bread, anytime. You have a good one, too. Oh, yeah, we're watching the center. I care about the run game again. Okay. We're feisty. Moreover, at least what I am seeing, yeah, Coleman is moving. I'm glad you mentioned that. Like, that's what I'm seeing. Coleman can get to the front side of his man. Is he strong enough to really sell it or blow the guy away? It doesn't seem that way. Or at least that's a hard reach block, and not a lot of guys are going to do that. But he's going to get to a spot. 54 is about to kill us. Okay, 3rd and 4. Here comes a big shotgun snap. Ben's leaning in. Is Ben ready? Big time snap. Are we going to blow it? Right in the hands. I feel like if I wanted some engagement, if I wanted to just farm some engagement on Twitter, I may do this. This could be funny. It would just be 40 straight shotgun snaps, like just a quick cut reel of cutting up one game where it's like Coleman Shelton snapping the ball. just snapping the ball in the same place every time. Oh man, look at that. Pop. It's because of the snap, right, Ben? Like, what really sells this play, is it the blocks up front? Is it any of that? If you saying that, you just obviously don't know ball. Is it 69 sticking the linebacker? Of course not. Is it 79 clearing his guy out of the way? Is it 23 punching past the defensive end that crashes down but doesn't get enough of a piece of it? None of that matters. None of that matters because that snap is perfect. I would hope 51 makes a better play, though. Like, real talk, if this was the Bears, 70 does a great job just ripping past. Like, all of that was a joke, by the way. 69 and 70 do a really nice job clearing out that right side of the offensive line. But hey, the snap does help. It's just, this would be a basic expectation for most centers. Seriously, Alex. It's like, hey, you put a period at the end of your sentence. I keep watching quarterback. There we go, Coleman. So, peak mobile center play right here. We're going to hit our combo block. Then we're going to jump up. And all we're really going to do is bother Shaq Leonard. But we've got the feet to get there. Like, we come off this block with some speed. Our dude definitely still makes the tackle. But at least we're you could argue that Coleman's, it's barely a block again, that Coleman's running at his shoulder and forcing Leonard to pull him down like that is how you get him 5 extra yards. Sean or Alex, was this one on Twitter? If I picked the same game as something on Twitter, I apologize. My goal is to get you new tape until they shut me down. Because I figure one of these days, the NFL is going to be like, this isn't fair use. And I'm ready for that. I've been ready for that for 3 years. It never came yet. So here we are, crunching tape together. Daniel, they haven't tried to pass block too much. But I bet you it's coming. Bounce formation. 2nd and 6. Oh, yeah. You know what? That's a pretty good pass blocking. What a dime. Forgive me. The touch ball over the linebacker again. 44 not being long enough. Ball placed perfectly. Oh man. Sheesh, Stafford. Okay. Let me see. What are we talking about? Let me see. Ready Hal, you have a backup plan for what? Yeah, they could use Edmonds, right? Solid little pass blocking rep by him against Grover Stewart. He gets a chip. I'm not expecting him to be a superstar as a pass blocker. Just get to the right spot. Yeah, bigger DTs, you can tell they're going to eat him. He just doesn't seem like he's that big. No, Eric, I don't have a backup plan per se, especially because it's just a platform question at that point. I would just probably do a lot more like heavy edited stuff so that it passes that mark. But that's so far it seems like the All-22 at least is, I don't want to say it's fair use. It's not quite open season, but it's close because it seems like collegiate All-22 they care about, but NFL All-22, I think they're realizing that the more popular this stuff is, the better. Yeah, it's time consuming. Matt, I actually don't think you're insane for that. I think people are really, really, really intense about anticipation because JT popularized the idea. And I think JT's an awesome dude and popularized it for a reason, and that it is an important attribute. But people are starting to want to see anticipation on literally every throw. And you do not need to anticipate every single throw. That last play by Matt Stafford was a good idea. I mean, it's so funny, right? Because Matt, I could be stepping on coals here, and I hope I'm not. You may completely disagree with what I'm about to say, but it's funny because a lot of people dinged Fields for years for lack of anticipation. It's definitely part of it. But looking back, we should have been saying things more along the lines of Fields just plays really slow. Like, for as fast as he is, his drop is slow, his release is slow, his timing is slow, and because of that, the routes have to take forever to get Fields on schedule with them. When you watch a lot of these other quarterbacks, their drop is faster, and their drop is faster, their play speed feels faster, and because of that, you can run a comebacker, just like we saw with Jalen Hurts last week, where you wait to see Puka come out of the break and start your throw right here because you're chucking missiles and you're able to just like burn that thing to the sidelines. No problem, right? Yeah, some people are more anticipation reliant than others, but that is a boon to them more so than something you have to be when you have psychotic arm talent. New poster, like you're mentioning, literally, if Fields just looked at one read and quickly decided to run, he could have been way more successful. I agree with you, new poster. I also think that, and granted, I'm asking a lot. I would tell you that to me, the difference between Phantom, I agree with you. To me, the biggest difference between Justin Fields and Lamar Jackson, and I understand it, like everybody wants to make a lot of comparisons, but like what I would tell Herb Howard personally, if he asked me, and he won't, is Lamar's pocket footwork is much closer to Tyson Bagent than Justin Fields. Now, what Lamar can do when he enters creation mode, when he holds down right trigger, as the young'uns would say, is really special. Obviously, we all know what Lamar can do, but his pocket footwork, his drop times are pretty fast. They're not insano speed. They're Again, they're not Tyson Bagent, right? Where quick footwork is the name of Tyson Bagent's game, but he doesn't take near as long as Justin. Justin's his own guy, right? Which I think was one of the more interesting things. I should do that, huh? Like, I should track the dropbacks for 3.57s. Should I? Like, you guys tell me. I think it's interesting. If you guys think it's not interesting, some parts of Gatekeeper NFL Twitter think I'm on coke for even bringing it up. But I think it's an interesting thing to track. I really do. Just this idea of how quickly do quarterbacks reach the top of their drop on average. And especially if there's a reel of like 10 drops so that you can find some sort of middle ground. I'm right there with you, like a new poster, that it's not drop speed itself is what matters. But we already talk enough about release. We talk about timing. We watch things like anticipation. Drop speed is just another weird metric. And I'm right there with you, Ben, where you mentioned Caleb sometimes doesn't do a real drop. It's that Tua step. You remember talking about that one? Like that scoop step. That I don't know what to actually call it, because I'm sure there's some kind of term, but it's the one where you'll see Tua will catch the snap and simply scoot backwards. Just one big step, and then he's ready to throw. And yes, Alex, Gino does do it a lot, where it's quick, one step. It's like exactly one step and a hop, basically. And it's something Caleb does a lot. It's something I wished that they wanted to do. I thought they wanted to do it with Fields, and then they did try it with Fields, and then Fields had no feel for it. And I say that lovingly. I say that with all the respect and reverence that I need to allow myself to say that. But the Washington game is your great example of Fields one-stepping in his drops, and then he still threw off schedule, and so they abandoned it and went back to three-stepping as often as possible. You can tell that Fields and his footwork was a problem the Bears were consistently trying to find a better answer to, and they couldn't really find one by the end of the season. But I digress. I think it's all really interesting. To me, you could almost argue, Ben, that the ability to play in time with various drop types shows flexibility and versatility, whereas somebody who's a little more locked into one or two types of drops might not be this, or might have more limitations. I think Tua, the longer he drops, the more limited he is. But I don't know. At that point, I almost wonder whether we are okay. So Coleman Shelton, play strength, big question. Snaps, not a question so far. Memes, are we memeing? Yeah, of course. It's midnight Central Standard Time. But it is hilarious watching this because he's peppering these. Regular Roger Clemens. Catch you later, Bearski. Is it another one? All right, now we're just hitting the Dance Dance Revolution like combo. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Did he hit this? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Ben, you said what was that throw? That's an NFL throw, is what that is. That is disgusting. DB even gets an arm on his hands. Look at that. Like the DB's wrapping his arm around. to pull the ball out. Oh my gosh. And then Coleman Shelton handling business. I'm really interested to see if the Bears do see him as the starter or not. Because as a pure center, like there's definitely moments where you can tell that the play strength that Jordan's mentioning, that's just gonna be an issue, right? 65 here is not a one-on-one block guy. Thankfully, the center position generally isn't, right? At least you can, it's harder to scheme up true one-on-one blocks. And when you get them, you're dealing with a quarterback that actually has some history of success at navigating around interior pressure when it's isolated, which is my way of saying when Caleb gets pressured from here, but this side of the line's clean and the edge is clean, we've seen him push up in the pocket, cycle basically around the player so that his so that his O lineman can turn his shoulders and cut the guy off and then resettle into the pocket. How often will he do that at the NFL level? I don't know if he's gonna have the time. I really don't, just because these plays are much faster than that. But what you might see on that kind of interior pressure is Caleb basically dodge the rusher, step up, and then throw the ball. That would be the hope, right? But so if he gets pressured from obviously both spots or from here and then an edge rusher pressures on the interior, he'd better be able to get out of the pocket sideways or he gonna die back there. But so obviously, Sean, you mentioned I still see an issue with inline blitzes. Just to be so clear, Sean, nobody's good at it. It's just a matter of can you make some plays or are you toast? But so let's see. Have good pocket feel for the pocket helps your offensive lineman. Alex, I agree with you, but I also don't want to say it so many times that then if Caleb ends up looking like he has no pocket feel at all because he's a rookie, we end up embarrassed. But I really hope that's not the case. I hope that this is a new dawn for for Chicago Bears fans. But we'll get there when we get there. Iceberg, how you doing? Jordan, it feels like he's really good, he being Shelton, at using his feet to get in the way consistently, which applies to both his pass blocking and his run blocking, that he can help with combos, that he can play an assist man, he can be a wing man, he can clearly snap the ball, corny as that sounds, but you're going to ask him to reach and bump somebody who still is going to climb over the top, and he's going to, but get in the way and ask 23 to go make a play in that space, as opposed to get out there and hard cut somebody off and keep them out of a rush lane. He is almost an obstacle, but that can be a good thing. A try hard beyond that. Yeah, right. 100%. That's his physical ability, is his movement toolkit. I mean, I think you can clearly tell that from a size and a speed, or from a size and a strength perspective, he is simply getting overpowered in all of these reps. But the Bears are running a bunch of outside zone and some minor inside zone. This is, I don't want to say it's all you need, but let me put it this way, okay? Sean here mentions that he wants to draft a center. Look, let's go over the cap. Over the cap. And we're going to talk about, let's go contracts. Is it contracts by position? Let's see here. Yeah. Okay. So we're looking at left guard contracts. Okay. Follow me on this. Let's go across the line. Okay. Highest APY on a left tackle is $25 million. We're going to do two numbers. We're going to look at the highest, and then we're going to look at the fifth highest. Those are the only things we're going to compare. $25 million left tackle. Fifth highest, $18.5 million for Jake Matthews of the Falcons. When we look at right tackle, highest, $20 million. Fifth highest, $18.6 million. Obviously, we get a sense for these guys get paid in the shade, right? It is a very valuable position. Shocker that left tackle and right tackle are valuable. So now let's look at guard, right? Left guard, highest, $20 million. Fifth highest, $16 million. Not as valuable as tackle, but definitely getting up there, especially with guys like, Robert Hunt. I knew this would be in here. $20.5 million. Fifth highest of $14.2 million. So again, at the top level, you get paid. At the middle level, you get paid, but it falls off a little bit more than it does at tackle. Then you take a look at center. Center's highest paid player just retired. So if you take Kelsey out, the highest paid center in football gets paid less than the fifth highest right guard, which I did not plan for. This happened on accident. And then you go down to the fifth highest paid center, and we're at $12.5 million. And it doesn't take long until the seventh highest paid center, and that's Tyler Biadasz, until you're below 8-digit figures. And now you're down into $9.75 million. I am not trying to make the argument that center is unimportant. I don't think center is unimportant. I think that the league generally does not value expensive centers and would rather find an inexpensive solution for the reason I just showed. I mean, when you look at who's getting paid, that's it. And I don't know what that means, Sean. Like, I don't actually have a great conclusion here other than to say that I think the Bears are trying to find their answer at center without overpaying, because they see it as a position that they could very easily overpay at. If anything, I think that the Bears' investments at guard are actually pretty low right now. And you could argue that you could do better than one $10 million a year contract and one second-year player that we have yet to extend. That's a separate conversation, though. They could also invest more at tackle, which they could. I don't know if this is the draft for it, but you could do that if you wanted to try to replace Braxton. I'm a Braxton Hive man, but I'm sure plenty of people out there don't subscribe to the average is good enough attitude at tackle. And I don't blame them for feeling that way. Dude, snapping dimes. Ben, look at the touch on this snap. It's a fastball, but it hits the hands right there. I mean, Bradley, it's so funny. You mentioned a large separation between elite centers and good centers. And it's like, there almost isn't a good center. Like, there's the elite centers, and then you get down to the mid ones. And the mid ones that are good are considered good centers, because most people just don't really pay attention to like center play beyond stuff like that. Oh, Iceberg. Coleman here is snapping the ball. So Matt asked earlier, do I like Coleman or Bates as a starter more? Man, I don't know. Coleman actually has starting experience, so that's valuable. I think Ryan Bates is the better football player, but does that mean that he can play center? Can he make the line calls? Can he do all that stuff? I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. I'm comfortable rolling into a competition and saying, all right, figured out. I would love it to be better, to be honest with you, but we would all love for every player on the roster to be an all-pro, and that's just not going to happen. So the hope is that they can find that guy. Hey, here's a solid little run blocking rep. Combo, get up to the second level. This is where I think I'm not surprised that Coleman Shelton is looking at his best, is help a guard that actually has some play strength control Grover Stewart and then go take on these linebackers that are just getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller with every passing season. I swear. It's not like a full pet peeve, but you want to talk about low play strength? Let's see. I have to put $100 on 5 names that are going to be starting on the line for the Bears in week 9 when Davis and Jenkins are injured. Davis and Jenkins are injured. I can't put $5 on Davis playing, not because I think Davis will play all 17 games, but because I think Davis is going to be more of a nick and bruise guy than a misextended time guy. But eventually, the poster will simply blow away. I think Braxton will start all the games. I think Wright would rather die than not play. I think that Ryan Bates would be playing. It won't surprise me if the Bears. Okay, so one thing that would be ridiculous, but the Bears might do it, knowing them. You got to remember, this is a Bears team that rotates guards sometimes. Like when they think a guard is hurt, they will play him on half the series. It's stupid, but it's what they do. The Bears may start Bates at center, and then if a guard gets hurt, kick Bates to guard, and then bring the new center in. They don't care. So that wouldn't surprise me. $100 on Braxton, Bates, Coleman, Davis, and Wright at that point with Jenkins hurt. But if not, then you'd probably be kicking Carter in. Uh-oh. Stafford almost fumbled this one as he spun for the laces. Oh, what a bullet. I think Caleb can heat his arm up because he's got velocity when he wants to. Gosh, I want to see this. This is cover 4, right? And they just run, it's not quite 4 verts, but it starts out looking 4 verts like, and they widen this safety. And I don't know what this safety's doing, to be honest with you. Rip. Fuzz, you bet. Matt Walton, I like that. I also don't know if May is going to have the release that Stafford does. We watched a bunch of Herbert earlier. Like this to me, this quick release feels a little more Caleb. I don't know if Caleb can get this kind of heat on the ball. I like to hope he can, but I could not tell you. But I also wouldn't be surprised if Caleb would just throw the ball differently. Like, to be honest with you, especially as we see it right here, 89's burning up the seam. Caleb might put more loft on it, just a little, but it might make no difference in the play. And if anything, I'm just going to say this. This is not me trying to be a homer. There's a chance that the bullet itself takes 89 off balance and blows a touchdown opportunity. Whereas if you did put a little more loft on it, and I am being way too specific for purely the sake of discussion, you might argue that the ball is more catchable and that it's easier to run under it and walk on into the end zone. But also, that may totally not be a thing. That may be bunk. And you may not care or want to listen to that. So, Matt, I actually wouldn't be sad. So, we've seen plenty of Caleb throwing in this circumstance, right? What he will do is he will pull his foot back sometimes, and then he'll sling it with his hips facing straight forward. So he may have thrown, who knows, a pick if the ball shades over and actually ends up a little bit more along this line right here. Maybe. But I'll tell you, there's plenty of examples, and I mean this in the best way, of Caleb beginning to throw with a lineman 5 yards or further away from him. So he won't just feel the pressure and back up if he thinks he's got to throw or a ball he can throw to, a receiver he can throw to. I just don't know how he'd throw it. Fuzz, honestly, I like to think I'm an expert. I, like most people, am just learning about football and telling you what I see. Oh, are they going to hit Shelton with a block in the back? They are. But honestly, the fact that Shelton gets to this spot is pretty impressive to me. Like, I've seen a lot of centers try to do this. I'm so ready for Jordan to think or to say some jag comment because he'll be kind of right. But I've seen so many centers try to get to this spot and they don't have the foot speed to do it. Now it's totally still a block in the back because, I mean, it is. But at least from a movement kit perspective, he has plus movement ability. You're just going to give up other stuff. There's a reason he's signing a 1-year, $3.5 million contract. And it's not because he's amazing. No, Jordan. I think it's important to be realistic. Like, it's fun. These streams are fun. If I sat here and dunked on... I did enough dunking. I do enough dunking on players. Man, at least the snaps are consistent. Shocking how simple that is. Again, like, I feel like I am... No, I hear you. Like, because Jordan, you're talking about, like, good players. And to me, there's fun in role players. I'm the guy who thinks watching Nick Foles was fun. But so, there is some actual burst in 65's movement that you have to remember, Jordan. I'm also still recalibrating from watching Cody Whitehair and Lucas Patrick. And neither of them, especially by the time they were done in Chicago, could do much moving at all. Like, at least 65 can zip around a little bit. Give us something, for the love of God. Boom. It is changing pace for the Lucas Patrick turnstiles. But, I mean, it's not like he's better. Honestly, okay, so the best way I could put this is Coleman Shelton is what you thought Sam Mustipher was, right? Somebody who's going to get bullied by strong defensive tackles, but is mobile enough to get to the second level on wide zone runs, and he's literally going to try to control penetration. Just like this. It's not that he can really do all that much about it. He's just going to try to wash you out of the play and let his running back go make a play. He is a truly meh player, but meh is a lot better than what the Bears have been dealing with, even if you're still going to get plays just like this, where a good player like DeForest Buckner is going to shed him like he's not even there. Yet, at least for me, what I'm seeing is no injuries. Obviously, yeah, that's the big one. I don't put that much stock into pro days. When you have 3 years of tape, I'm not expecting a pro day to change anybody's mind. I guess don't look really bad. When it comes to Caleb Williams, like, I don't know, don't embarrass yourself. Like, start there. But that's just me. Like, have fun with it. Let's see. Have I seen the last tape of Sam? I didn't look any of it up. But so, Jordan, 100%. I mean, that's the thing, right? I hope you know that, Jordan, my goal when I'm... Here, I'll play this as we finish up. My goal when we're watching this tape is to have a lot of fun watching football together. That's when we're doing these streams, we're here to hang out. I saw somebody in my stream earlier that I simply didn't acknowledge that was hating because I wasn't talking like a former backup quarterback. But if you're not sick of watching those videos, I wouldn't be surprised. My goal isn't to be that. And there are going to be times where we'll go through concepts, but that's when we're actually bothering to study. Sometimes we're going to just hang out and watch Keenan Allen. And we're going to do 45 to an hour minutes of intense breakdowns. And then Keenan kind of fades into the background in a certain game. And we just kind of confirm what we saw earlier. And I think that's fine. And if you think that's fine, then I think that's fine. Because it's a nice lightweight stream where you can do whatever you want, still kind of come away learning something. Like, and but what that means, Jordan, working back to at least why I'm talking about this, is that there are going to be times where, of course, I'm going to sound so excited that you might be confused into thinking that I think that Coleman Shelton is outstandingly good. Like no, not Sears. Was Sears in here? No, it was some doc football guy. To be honest with you, I thought there was a decent chance that it was either a TTNL person, or it was a Kermigan football coach, or it was a Swifty burner. Any of those could be possible. It was a Twitter user, so it literally could have been anything or anybody. And here's the honest, hard truth, right? I'm well aware. I really mean this. Really mean this. I'm well aware that once you cross a certain level of, I don't know, call it success on the internet, clout, whatever stupid words you want, I really don't care. If you think I do care, then you need to really look in the eyeball the way I run these streams, because there are definitely ways that I could do it for more reach. I just would rather do it my way, especially the stage of life I'm in. I appreciate you guys for jumping in with me and being willing to rock with it my way, because it's long in the tooth. Sometimes it's underprepared. It runs off on random tangents, and it's not always ultra detailed, but I don't think it always has to be. I think it can be really easy to get lost in very intense football sauce. And a lot of that football sauce is really intense and really important. And some of it isn't. Some of it is you called stick and they called the wrong defense to defend it, and your guy ran stick and he's open. And your quarterback hit his first read. Like, anyways, all this to say, Coleman Shelton looks pretty good. I'm here for Coleman Shelton. Coleman Shelton on the absolute scale is very, very okay. I mean, in the world of studs and duds at center, Coleman's looking like a dud, and that's fine by me because I didn't need him. Okay, to be clear, when I say studs and duds, you really are looking at a league of Creed Humphrey, Jason Kelsey, Tyler Linderbaum, etc. And then there's Bradley Bozeman. And I don't hate Bradley Bozeman. I just pick Bradley Bozeman. Stud, dud, and unplayable. Stud, dud, and unplayable is exactly the three choices, right? Where you have your beasts, your guys that are acceptable and cheap, and then you have your guys that are massive liabilities. And Coleman, to me, Jordan, looks like he's in the middle. He's acceptable and cheap, right? He is not a beast. If you're a fan of sweet football players, he's not one of those. But he is helpful at a Bears position that clocked in a D- 2 years in a row. Like, if he's a C, not a C-, like a C, that is at least a letter upgrade. Good Lord, if he gets the snaps in shape, sure. Like, and exactly, he really needs plus guys to his flanks in order to be masked. The hope is, Jordan, that Tevin's a plus player. I don't know what to think of Nate Davis. Nate Davis had 4, was it? Yeah. Nate Davis had four players at B-. And then he played C- ball while being hurt all last year. Somebody mentioned it earlier. They mentioned that he had a personal issue. 100%. I'll bring it up every time. I don't know how everybody's going to handle something like the tragedy that he endured. It's not easy on everybody, and not everybody plays through it. Like your who's a kid from Clemson? Not long ago, ends up a D tackle at the Saints. Like, that guy, whose name escapes me, is somebody who endured horrible tragedy at Brian Bresee and actually still played some decent ball, which is in and of itself pretty amazing. But so, like Eric mentions, he has little faith in Davis. That's the thing. Pick whatever you want because I could tell you that it would be stranger to me if Davis truly doesn't rebound than if he did. Not because I'm telling you to expect it, but because he played 4 seasons one way and then one the other way. Okay, so it makes sense that he would find his way back up the ladder a little bit. But I also know how tentative things are at when it comes to talking about Bears fans and offensive line. So if you just don't think he'll do it, like Eric mentioned, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong because generally betting on a bounce back season ends you up with another season of Jermaine Ifedi. And we all remember the second season of Jermaine Ifedi. Wasn't that bad, but wasn't that great either. And so finding balance in what we hope and what we expect is going to be important. I will be blown away if the Bears don't draft a lineman. I just don't know when they're going to draft him, right? And that's the thing, Matt. There's 2 pieces to it here. Because, Matt, this is the key, okay? Football's a funny game, guys. You need to know what players are doing. You do. Yeah, no kidding, Jay. I think it's probably D+. Like, if you're talking about Davis, he's on the failing side. He had a bad year. Maybe just flat out D. But so, what's funky to me about football is you need your guys like JT O'Sullivan. You need your guys that know exactly what's going on so that they can help the rest of us explain at a really low level exactly what this safety is doing and exactly what this D lineman is doing and exactly what this receiver is doing. But then the more you listen to a guy like JT, I don't know if you guys have picked this up, the more you realize that he's not totally sure either. The funniest part to me about football is that what is this guy's coaching assignment? Pretty much only his coach knows. We can guess. Like somebody in the guy who was hating earlier kind of gave himself away because he used the term universal football. And I was like, oh, so somebody else has been watching a snot load of JT O'Sullivan. Okay, then. But so I'm sure there is some universal football to what this safety's doing. But how exactly are they playing it? Could it be a game planned thing? You don't totally know until you're in that room, which gives us, unfortunately, this kind of cloud that, in my opinion, you start to have to speculate what they're doing, or you take a step back and you say, well, this didn't work. Well, that was a really nice play. Well, this worked for you. Like you watch this linebacker right here, Shaq Leonard, get depth in a cover 2 setting where this safety drops back to half field coverage and Shaq doesn't bite a play action fake and instead gets depth, and then this dig route ends up covered up. Now, was that because the defensive coordinator like perfectly predicted that's what the Rams would do in this setting? Who knows? We're going to give Shaq credit because that's all we can do, right? And at least to me, that creates this weird discussion part where if somebody wants to discredit, I'm just going to be real with you guys. If somebody wants to discredit and throw out the work that I do, go for it. I would hope that I can build a track record of being more right than wrong, even directionally. Like let's use me the same way that I tell people to use PFF. You don't have to believe every word I say. You don't. But you can watch the stuff that I make. And if you feel like from a vibe perspective that it's got some truth in it, good. Because that's what I'm aiming for. I really work hard to make sure as much as I can that I'm right. And plenty of times that may mean that I say something that ends me up in a never-ending argument for, what was it, the last 5 months? That was long, y'all. That was too much. That sucked. Especially after like 2 years of talking about the steps that Fields could take. Trust me, I hated that more than anybody. Like turning around and looking like I changed faces. That sucked. That it was no fun at all. It never is. Uh, Jay Reed asks, so what should we do at 9? I'm D-Zach. I appreciate you. I really have to get the subscribe gift change. That's a bummer. Seeing Fields and Mooney dancing in the end zone, knowing what happened this last season, where I felt like those two's relationship in particular broke down. That one stings. Jay Reed asked, what should we do at 9? I honestly could tell you, Jay. So, like, to sum up a rant I did earlier, that I think anything works, right? I really do. I mean, you could do just about anything and it will be fine. I'm partial to taking the receiver because I'm an nerd on the internet that likes offense. And I think that, and I tend to believe personally that you could do, or I think that the NFL is basically moving outside. Like, as these linemen or linebackers get lighter, just like we talked about, there's going to be somebody that's going to tell you, yeah, it's time to run the frick out of the ball. The frick is what I said, out of the ball. And me personally, I think you could also just build the Bengals. Like, if you added DJ Moore, T. Higgins, Keenan Allen, way better than Tyler Boyd, and you find your Jamar Chase in somebody like Malik Neighbors, yes. Sorry, Eric. I'm so down for that. Give Caleb that ridiculous receiving core. But if you told me that the Bears wanted to trade back and take Byron Murphy, sure. If you told me that the Bears wanted to take Dallas Turner outright, sure. If you wanted to trade back and take Jared Verse, sure. If you wanted to stay where you are and take Joe Alt, not my choice, but I can rock with it. Like, that's sort of where I am with all this. There's a lot of things at 9 where if there's 4 quarterbacks that get taken at the top of the draft, the Bears don't have a lot of truly bad options. You could draft Jackson Powers Johnson at 9. I don't think you should, but you could, and I think I'd get over it. But so that's the thing. Like, at least what I'm thinking, Jay Reed, right now, is the Bears have been in so many, because that's the thing, not Sears. Jay Reed, you have seen the Bears in draft positions where there are 8 good players and we're drafting 9th. There are 8 good players and we're drafting 10th. Something like that. You've seen a lot of this, right? For once, if the Bears do have 4 quarterbacks go ahead of them, they will actually be in a position where it is logically impossible for a sick player to not fall to them. Be still my beating heart. Like, that's sweet to me. And it's partially because I like the edge rushers more than I think a lot of people do. Liatu is way more athletic than people think he is. For a guy that sick as a pass rusher, he should not move that well, but he does. Latu could be awesome. He's just a medical red flag and he's old, which is its own question, right? But so I don't know what the Bears do, but I will tell you with an open hand that I am totally cool with whatever they want to do, because if they traded back, drafted Jared Verse, and then also picked up Keon Coleman, heck yes. If they traded back, picked up Jared Verse, and also picked up Lad McConkey, heck yes. If they traded back, that's the thing, Sean. It's funny you mentioned that. I think we don't know what ceiling is for pass rushers sometimes. His technique and his hand usage is amazing. I think that the ceiling is higher than people think because he's got the ability to bend and he's got the ability to bend and beat hands that I think some of these other guys don't. Turner is an athletic, nasty freak, and I get that. But I think what I learned, Jordan, are you in here? Because I'm admitting an L. I think what I learned from Carl Brooks is that the guys that really get hand usage will always get hand usage better than their peers. And so it's not that it's fully translatable. It's that it carries more than you think it will. And Latu gets hand usage. And he's got that interior exterior rush thing that all kinds of guys can do. Like, that's the thing, new poster. If you told me that Latu's medicals check out, I'm very interested. I just don't think you have to draft him at 9. But I also, where I'm really intrigued, where I am really, really intrigued, just to be real with you guys, Neighbors falls to 9. Is he the Bears' pick? Or is he their trade bait? Because I could believe either. You have to remember, we do this every year, where every fan base wants to trade back. Every fan base wants to trade back. Only a couple get to. If you are going to trade back, there has to be a player available that is actually worth trading back to. There has to be a player available that's worth trading up for. I easily could see Neighbors that person. So new poster, I actually don't agree. So I guess we should flip this. Look, let's just be real. We're all sitting in the draft board, right? We're all sitting in the draft room. Marvin Harrison Jr., what are his flaws? Well, I guess he's not that fast, but he's pretty dang fast. I guess he's pretty big, and he plays pretty big. It's not that he's a player with no holes, because I guess there are some strengths that maybe you want their strength to be slightly stronger. But with Marvin, you could play him at X. You could play him at power slot. You could play him at Z. He's going to win you reps and win you routes all over the field. And that's going to have a lot of sway in these NFL locker rooms. Or draft rooms. Rome Odunze. He's big. He runs a 4.5 or he runs a 4.4. He separates at all levels of the field. He's got short area quickness. And because he worked really hard to do the agility drills that nobody does. He can play X receiver, as can Marvin. They're both big. All that is good. The NFL loves those guys. Loves those guys. And Rome just seems like a good dude. And I wouldn't be surprised if he wins people over in interviews. Then you got Malik Neighbors. I'm going to tell you this. Let's start this Malik Neighbors rundown with a take I had earlier. I think that there is a decent chance that of Marvin Harrison Jr., Rome Odunze, and Malik Neighbors, when their careers are over, Malik Neighbors will have averaged more yards per season. Malik Neighbors, just so we're on the same page, new poster, is a special, unbelievably good player. I mean, he is a superstar. But he's not an X receiver. He's also got an unlicensed firearm charge on his record. And he changed high schools in his senior year and had to transfer schools for reasons that are relatively unnamed. Look, I am not trying to get a speculation train going. Do not get a speculation train going, because that's not the point, right? It's more me begging the question on if you're an NFL team that wants a receiver, do you take the guys with no holes over the guy that has the highest ceiling, but does actually have a few demerits, even if some of them are unfair? I don't know. I can't tell you because I don't know. But it just wouldn't shock me if the NFL won't take 3 receivers in 4 position players, so one of them is going to fall. And of the 3, who's most likely to fall, I won't be shocked if it's Neighbors. And then I think the Bears could get him at 9 and that they'll just laugh. And I'll laugh. And I'll be like, he's amazing. This guy's amazing. I could easily see Odunze falling because he's not Marvin, and he's also not one of the most explosive and unbelievable receivers that I've seen play in a long time. I could see that. But it sure seems, just reading Daniel Jeremiah's mock and others, that Rome Odunze is gaining steam behind the closed doors. Here's the difference, Chicago. You mentioned logic would dictate ceiling, right? Because we use that argument for Caleb. Sort of. Caleb doesn't have a criminal background. Well, that's a wow. Okay. I'm trying to find the right way to phrase this. Caleb has never gotten into legal trouble before. That's the most simple way, I guess I could put that, right? Does this automatically disqualify Neighbors? No. It just means, what does he interview like? Caleb seems like, if anything, his biggest problem is that he might care more about the brand he might care more about his brand than most quarterbacks. But he's a product of Zoomer football and NIL. That's just going to become the norm, whether we like it or not. You think Shadur Sanders doesn't care about the brand? But anyways, I'm right there with you, Chicago, because this is where things get complicated. I really mean that. Because if it's not clear, I think picking which wide receiver would fall is a bit of a Sophie's choice. All three of these guys are pretty amazing. Like, they're pretty amazing. And so I'm not actually worried about Neighbors. I can't make that clear enough. I'm not worried. I'm more saying, when you get to the hair splitting, who gets there? And Chicago, you say none will fall. You're telling me you think 3 receivers are going to get drafted in the first 5 position players when there is at least one sweet offensive tackle. And not all of these defensive players are bad. Like, in fact, I think Dallas Turner has himself a pretty sweet ceiling. I would be shocked if it's Terrion Arnold. I would be flabbergasted if Terrion Arnold was the guy who ends up drafted. I don't think that'll happen. But I just find it hard to believe that one of them won't be there at 9. And hey, I want to make this so clear to the 145 people that are in this chat. I know that sounds like I'm feeding you what you want to hear. But go and look. Tell me how rarely. And tell me, wait, you're telling me someone's going to go defense in the first 8, possible, but chances are against it. I think right now Atlanta is leaning Dallas Turner. If I had to guess, they have no pass rush at all. Maybe they trade down. Maybe somebody else trades up and goes and gets Neighbors over top of Chicago, and 3 receivers really do go in the first 5 position players. That would be something. That would be something. It would be first 4, I should say. 3 receivers in the first 4 position players. But, like, that's the thing, Matt. By no means am I trying to tell you. I think basically if 4 quarterbacks go, and that's an if Jaden Daniels falls to 12, I don't think the Bears get one of these receivers. But he totally might. And so we'll see. I think the Chargers are a good question. Because if the Chargers take a tackle, then I think the Titans still take a tackle anyways, and we'll see. But so, Fuzz, I agree with you, and I missed something that you mentioned earlier. Draft is unpredictable, can't be sure, plus my other statements was a joke. Oh, no, I'm with you, Sean. I'm with you, Chicago, no worries. Let's see. 4 quarterbacks and 3 receivers in the top 8 would be crazy. I agree with you. Jay, I think they are going to play Caleb's Pro Day live. I have to figure out how to find it on NFL Plus, but that's a separate question. So trade a future 4th or a 5th with Atlanta, move up 1. I would consider it, but I don't think I'm jonesing that hard for one of these receivers. Hear me out. I love these receivers. Y'all, we do this every year where we play the he's different though card. I personally think you let the pot of gold fall to you, whatever flavor it is, and then you either trade down or you take a player that you really like. Would I give a Carolina 2025 second to move up for Marvin Harrison? Can I be real with you, Miles? No. Not because I hate Marvin Harrison. I think Marvin Harrison has become a brand that is better than he is as a receiver. And I think he's going to be a sick receiver. A sick receiver. But people are acting like you could have taken Marv at 1. No. I think that Rome Odunze, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Malik Neighbors will all end up closer to near each other than you'd think. And Iceberg, you're totally right. We don't have to go wide receiver at 9. You don't have to. So I'm right there with you. The best player available might be a wide receiver at this point. and I have no problem with that. How many times have quarterbacks dropped or wide receivers who were supposedly top 5? Sean, a lot. I mean, most mocks didn't have Jackson Smith-Jigba down at 21, but he fell to 21 alongside the other receivers. Most mocks had those receivers going earlier. You have to remember that wide receiver is always overdrafted in mocks. But like that's the thing, guys. Mock drafts love drafting receivers. And even in the mock drafts, one of these receivers is falling to 9. Now, maybe the Bears know something we don't. Maybe that was part of why they made the Keenan Allen trade. But I don't know. I'm with you, Eric, that if it was me, I want a really good young receiver that Keenan Allen can mentor, to be honest with you. I think that there's serious value in that. Serious value in that. But we'll see what the Bears think, because they may want to get real in the trenches. They may want to do all kinds of things. It's a conversation for another day. For now, I'm going to cut this thing off. Love you guys. It's always fun doing these streams. I appreciate that you guys appreciate them. Like the stream if you like it. Check out my podcast if you're new. If you really like Bears content that's pretty much like this, me and Nick record Bear With Us as often as we can. And I think the show's coming together really well. I really do. And let me see. We did drag the stream to 1 a.m. Gosh. But so I think that we've got some good stuff going on. I'll be back here next Tuesday. I'm so interested to go over Byron Murphy. I really am. Tell your friends. I'll see if I can't find the time to put together some more edited stuff, because I do think that there's like Caleb Williams things that we could talk about that I think that there's some stuff, being real with you guys, just talking this out, and we can figure out our content identity as we go. The streams are interactive and they're laid back. Sean, to use an example, when I put together edited things, I don't interact with a chat, so I can be much more football nerd and take people through things and explain complex stuff, but keep it light. And I think it's fun, but it's different than managing a stream. Bear with us. Jacob Infante edition would be a lot of fun. We'll have to do that. Guys, you have a great rest of your evening. I'll catch you later. GG. Bear down. Thanks so much for bearing with me.